Welcome everybody, hi, hello, and welcome to day one of the finals of Pmewl. My name is Neptura, hello there, and I'm joined by Sandstorm. Sandstorm,
hello.
We had an excellent league stage. How you feeling about tonight?
I'm excited. I want to see the clash between all these incredible players and finally get to see who's going to come out on top, because we've had a lot of very strong teams coming into the first couple of days. I mean, we had a couple of teams on 100+ points, so there's a lot for us to cover. There's a lot for us to go over, and I'm hoping you guys are enjoying the storyline we have lined up for you today.
Yeah, I really hope that everybody's going to be very excited about this one, because man, oh man, do we have... I mean, I think we have just some brilliant teams coming in here. We're going to have so much fun with this. We're going to be looking over, yeah, everybody's going to be going for that prize pool of $7,000, $7,000 going to be distributed amongst these teams here. This is all down to the wire. We have 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and that's going to be it. 2-day finals done and dusted, just like that, Sandstorm.
Yes, ma'am. 7,000 buckaroos on the line today. That's what everyone's going to be fighting for. And don't worry, we're going to show you all the lovely point system that we're going to be using. And it's something that we've been used to over the past while. And of course, the map rotation as well. Starting out with the point system. Good old-fashioned. 10 points for first, 6 for second, 5 for third. And I'm pretty sure the rest of you can read the rest of that graphic. And of course, the 1 point per elimination. And we've seen some teams pop off on those eliminations, specifically with Vincere Mortem. In the last couple of days of the semifinals, they were able to get 98 eliminations and 50 placement points, along with the 4 chicken dinners. Some juicy chicken dinners as well. So that first day, 26 elims in our first game for Vincere Mortem was an absolute stomp from the beginning of the competition. So let's see if they can start off the same way here in our first day when it comes to the finals, where it all matters.
It really does all come down to here as we look at our participating teams, and I'm looking at one in particular here, Sandstorm, Galatasaray. They are our back-to-back reigning champions. Can they make it a triple? Can they do it for a 3rd time? That is the question coming in here. They have some big names, some big names coming in here. Boars and Vincere, namely those 2 in the league, they just went above and beyond. So for me, I'm definitely going to be looking at them, seeing if maybe we can get a new winner for PMEWL. But dang, Galatasaray, in day 2 of their, day 3, the last day, wasn't it? They really packed a punch. So going to be very interested to see how those 3 teams are going to be going moving forward.
Very interesting indeed, as it is going to be a very tough competition. And of course, the map rotation. Don't forget, we're reading left to right here. Match 1 is going to be a Rondo, followed by triple Erangel, and of course, wrapping it up with the double Miramar. And one thing that we're going to be looking forward to seeing as well is what's going to happen with hot drops, and if there are going to be any when it comes to today's games. We've seen it a lot over the couple of days of the semifinals. Some teams were able to benefit from that, though. Some teams were able to, come out on top with some incredible fights early on. But there are other teams that kind of just wait and see on what happens with the zone, and that waiting is what can sometimes be their downfall, where they don't end up having any information to work with on the teams and their rotations or their positioning, and that just causes so many issues.
It does indeed. That's going to be something they're going to have to watch out for. But I do want to say that these girls, in the past, based on past experience, these girls do not mess about. I think we'll have as little waiting as possible here. We might have a few teams that, you know, try and think outside the box when it comes to kind of the meta that these girls like to play with, but generally speaking, I think we saw that on day 3. These girls do not wait. They're like, okay, we're not going to wait for the zone to push us all together. We're going to be moving forward and trying to get us at our, get us our points as much as possible. As we look at Leah over here, what we got to say about Leah, let's have a look. She's a law student and a trainee lawyer. Oh, that's so cool. Hang on a second.
Yes, the voice of the helpless, the unshakable shield of her team. She's representing Kosovo on the stage here. It's a very young and ambitious generation. She has, like we mentioned, she's pursuing her law degree and trying to get into the legal profession, but also showcasing her skills on the battlefield here in the PUBG Mobile competition as well.
Awesome. Love that. That's so cool. We got so many different walks of life coming in here. We've had police officers, we've had, peace officers, we've had lawyers coming in here. I mean, these girls do it all. That's so cool. I love these little focuses on the players. So definitely going to be looking over to Leah now as we move forward and just kind of get ready for those games. Shouldn't be too long now. We are going to be looking over to Rondo as our first match. And Sandstorm, I think we got to get that prediction wheel back out. What do you think?
No. Oh no,
it's giving circle.
It really is giving circle. It really is. But you know what? I'll do my job and see if I can get them out. First, I gotta get all the names in properly, so we don't have any.
Okay.
Up there, and then we'll spin the wheel. Don't worry.
Got it. Well, while we do that, chat. Let us know who you're supporting coming into tonight. We do have 2 games. 2 games? No, 2 days. 2 days. 12 matches coming on through. So this is going to be our first Rondo of 2 coming on through here. And this is going to be that big point sponge, right? This is where you want to get as many points as possible. We did see, interestingly, teams like Galatasaray not take advantage of that the recall system to get those early eliminations. There were no hot drops from them in the league stage. I don't know if that's going to change in the finals. I would kind of hope it would, just because there's so much opportunity on Rondo that they're missing out on. However, we saw that they did not need Rondo. They were putting up enough points in the other games, in the other 5 matches every evening, that they were able to just soar straight through and come to the finals. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's just something to kind of think about. Is like, hey, they're not really using those recalls. They're not really going for those hot drops where everybody else is going Neox or Danching or something like that. So it's just something interesting to think about coming into this next one, Sandstorm.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, we are going to be on the lookout to see what's going to happen with hot drops. Is it going to be filled with aggressive fighting from the very get-go? On that, they've just been hiding, and I don't like it. I don't want to see that right now. I don't want to see that today. Today, I want to see all the fighting, all the skirmishes, all the brawling from the very beginning, because that's how it should be. Because remember, on Rondo, 26 eliminations is what we had, and that is the highest amount of eliminations that we've had in a single game in this competition so far. Is anyone going to be able to break that? I don't know, but it's looking very difficult, because Vincere Mortem were just on a roll. They were taking fight after fight. They had their single player on her own at the beginning and next to the recall station as well. So whenever they lost any member, instantly bringing them back and then jumping right into the fray.
Yeah, it was some really cool stuff to see for sure. I don't know. I think we're gonna be in for definitely some action-packed games. I feel like, I want to say, kind of the league phase kind of surprised me with how much slower paced I remember it being. But I think just yeah, that's just how it went, right? That was kind of just how it played out. And I think that last day I was like, oh, okay, yeah, there we go. That's the women's league that I remember. This really aggressive, really quick feeling, not necessarily quick paced, because the games were the same amount of time. So often we were going to stage 9, but it's more of the quick pace. They're not waiting around, and we saw that in day 3 of the league. So hopefully we'll be seeing that come back in for the next 2 days as well. We should be getting into game pretty soon here. Not too long to go. No voices just yet. They've been pretty darn quiet, so we'll have to just wait and see where if they're going to come back here. Let's see.
Okay, well,
As
I
we wait.
believe I have the wheel spun up. So it's time
Oh.
it's time to spin for every single one of us. So I'm starting, and I get BigBaby Esports. So that's going to be my pick.
Okay.
Let's have a look at what Neptura's pick is going to be. It is you get O5 monsters, it seems.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You got O5
You know
monsters.
what? Not bad.
Honestly, it's a good choice.
They were
They've
decent.
been popping off. They've been popping
Yeah,
off.
they've been really decent. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm
Let's
happy.
see. Then the chat is going to get TPES Esports. So that's their choice by the wheel. And then production is going to get production's gonna be with you on O5 monsters. By the way, O5 monsters
Excellent.
and BigBaby Esports right next to each other on the wheel. So
Oh,
3 out
wow.
of 4 right on top of each other. So very close.
That's
but yeah,
crazy.
that's what you got lined up for today when it comes to the predictions. And don't worry, this is only the predictions for the very first game. We will be doing these predictions every single time because the wheel giveth
Every
and the wheel
single
taketh away.
game. Very true. It's so true. You're so right. It's giving wheel. It's giving wheel.
It is the giving wheel, and I can't wait to see what's gonna happen with the rest of the games. And honestly, I can't wait to see what's gonna happen with our first game when it comes to the playing path, when it comes to the circle as well, because we have had some. I want to say we've had some repetitive circles, specifically when it comes to Miramar. The first game, first day, both Miramars. Literally the same place. Picado was just the game-winning location on both of those matches. So I want to see if that's going to be happening again in today's games. I want to see if we're going to be getting a double playing path in our first match of the day as well. That can always just be a little bit extra entertaining as well. So a lot of things to look forward to. And you know what? I know we gave you boys and girls predictions. Why don't you give us your predictions? Show us who you are supporting in this game and who you think is going to win. I know we've had a lot of supporters for BigBaby Esports, so I want to see them. They're my prediction for the first game. Chosen by the wheel. Don't get mad if they get eliminated. It's not my fault. Just gotta put that out there.
Everybody get mad at him. It is definitely his
No,
fault.
please,
Little
please
correction, by the way. Correction
Hit
for
me with it.
Galatasaray, right? They won the PMEWL Season 2, 3, and 4, as well as Season 2 Mid-Season Showdown.
Okay.
So this is potentially their fifth win.
Okay.
If they win here, they're
Okay, I know your caster math is bad, but it can't be that bad. Nep, come on now.
We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to talk about it.
3
it would be their
plus
fifth
1 is 4, and then plus this one, it's 5. I'm just making sure you have the math right. This would be a great time to start the game before I get in trouble, boys.
Yeah, come on, guys, start the game.
Help a brother out, please. Bring back. You know what? At this point, I welcome the voices. Bring them back.
If you don't want me to go like solo for this after, you know, like.
No, don't do this to me. No.
Start the game. Do it. We're gonna be getting into there quite soon. But yeah, just a little correction there. If they win again, this will be their 5th win in a row.
So back to back to back to back, and now they're looking to go for another to back. Just go.
Double hat trick. No, that's stupid.
Would that be like a grand slam? Also, double hat trick again with the math being off. But would that be a grand slam for them? I mean, a grand slam is like Golden Road is like winning everything that they could possibly win in a year.
Yeah, I guess, right?
There you go. So the Golden Road might be in contention here for our lovely competitors in today's competition. And don't forget, it's only it's going to be a 2-day final. So 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and then we'll see who comes out on top by the end of the 12 games and who has the most points. And I'm also looking forward to like the MVP stats and stuff like that, because we've had some of these women just putting up some very, very heavy numbers. Like I'm remembering like 3K, 4K damage, 22, 25 eliminations in a single day. You're talking about 5 to 7 eliminations per game, like the average. It's absolutely bonkers from some of these women. Oh my God, she's going crazy. She's going crazy!
Oh, I was hearing voices. There we go! Double plane path onto Rondo. First game of the day. Let us go.
Let
do
us
it.
go indeed. Here we go. The double plane path intersecting or crossing in the middle of the map. Love to see that. And both plane paths will also have the opportunity to drop towards the likes of Test Track, Neox Factory, which seems to be one of the very highly contested areas in these games. Stadium as well as another one. But keep an eye out. For example, you see Yikes, I believe. Yikes are going with a 1-3 split, and so will a lot of those teams in this game, just because, hey, there's a recall station, so let's use it.
I mean, if it's there, why not? Am I right? You know, we want to be seeing every part of the map utilized as much as possible. Seeing Dream Caffeines go over to Bamboo there. DMS Dreamers, they're a team that I do want to see a little bit more from, right? They had a slow start to their league stage, but in the last day we're really able to pick up some really good points and make some really good plays, getting themselves to the top 5 fairly consistently, I feel like. So, would like to see that energy coming through forward to them today, as the zone is going to be going up to the very north side, a rare zone indeed, and actually going to be in favor of a lot of those teams over in Neox.
From the get-go, Vincere Mortem already coming out swinging. 2 quick eliminations, and they are sticking together, and they're going to keep on going here in Neox Factory. Is there anyone else left on the top of this building? It seems clear. They don't know where that last person is, but they will be on the hunt. They are looking for that elim, for that frag, for that extra point, and they will find it. They know exactly where that person is, and they're going to be going for it again together. I'm loving the way that they're playing instantly. And Matesha from Boars not able to keep up against 3, and VIM, Vincere Mortem, starting off strong, but BigBaby as well with 5 eliminations. Haven't lost a single member as well. Would love to see what's going on their side. But we're going to be jumping towards BigBaby Esports here and 05, which seems to be the selection for both NEP and production. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. All 5 monsters were the ones that I believe were able to qualify, just a few points over the likes of Ozerox, who missed it in the very last game as well. Very unfortunate that they were not able to make it, but fortunately we're looking at Pixie, and for the 05 monsters, they were able to pick up another knock and finish, and that is going to be their first elimination of the day. That's gonna feel good on the first game. I feel like instantly losing that first fight, 3 members going down, not going to be the best of starts, because then you're just starting from 0 once again. But not going to be the case here for the side of 05. As they managed to get one, and they will be continuing their hunt for the rest of the BigBaby Esports players.
And just like that, we're basically up to a full lobby again. Beauty of the recalls. So, yeah, I mean, that first initial fight that you lose is a little disheartening, right? It feels bad, but at least you have that second chance to come up and move forward and actually still have a spot in the game. It is something that you got to be careful of with your mentality, though, as well, though, right? Because subconsciously, I feel like some people would end up feeling unconfident in the later game just because of that initial fight that they didn't win. But I think these girls fight enough here where they should be able to figure it out as the 1v2 comes on through. Nicely done. Neck kisses. Here we go. That is going to be a 1v2 on Beg.
Yeah, very clean 1v2, and Beg will also lose their third. No, actually, it's into the Zone Esports who are jumping into the fray here as well. We're going to be seeing Margot, the designated recaller, just bringing her team back while bringing XQ back. Wonder how many helicopters are on standby to keep bringing teams back. A lot of fuel being used too.
Right?
In this economy, crazy.
For real. It's insane. But you know what? You do you. You do you. It's not my money. Or is it?
Not my monkeys, not my circus. But
exactly.
Yeah, and right now we're let's see what BigBaby Esports are going to be able to continue doing, as Lisa is absolutely torturing them right now with that M4 straight onto the S12K. She might be able to get Liat here, but does not have an angle, cannot get the weapon in the right way, but she's able to get the knock onto Farzita. They do have control of the top floor here. It is going to be Dammy along with Elisa and BigBaby. You had such a strong start with those 5 eliminations. And now it's a 2v2. And I bet they are happy about the fact that there's no nades, because otherwise they would have been 2 of the easiest eliminations for the squad of Fast Esports to get. Farzita bleeding out. Doesn't look like there's going to be a chance for a revive. And it's just those 2 players, Mooney and Liat, trying their best. They're going to try and see if they can use a smoke as well. Liat will try to maneuver, and she does find a different angle. She might get caught out. The revive might be there. Mooney's there for cover, but overextends herself just a little bit too much. And now the revive will not be coming through, and it was a 2v3. Very well done. Very well executed by Fast Esports for them to take down the members of BigBaby. But there's still 1 player left from that BigBaby roster, so there should be an opportunity for a recall. They should be able to go back to full strength, unless someone is there to disrupt that.
That looks like that might just be Yikes Awe coming in. We'll see, but there's a big fight between Galatasaray and TPES going on down here. There is one of Galatasaray down right now, but TPES down to just a duo at this point. ITZ as well. We're seeing ITZY in that Elam feed going down to a duo as well here. So there's a few fights happening around the map as we're starting to see that zone close on through. And you know what? For Miracle, all these teams over here, they got to get their skates on. 1,100 meters into the zone. They still got a long way to go here. They need to clear these teams and go as quickly as possible. 4AM actually might have a great escape route here out the back, but it looks like Yikes Awe actually looks like they're actually going to be trying to do a little bit of a wraparound. If you see on the mini map, right, 1 tap coming all the way around. Yeah, here she is. Looking for that wraparound, just trying to cut off any of those escape routes. But the zone is coming on in, girls. You don't have that much time.
Yeah, you really have to start moving. And 1 tap here, taking that fight 1v1. Just squaring up, taking her down. Yikes Awe getting a much better start this time compared to how they started off in the first day when it comes to the semi-finals. Definitely going to give them that little boost of morale. We're seeing Galatasaray, the back-to-back champions at the moment, looking for their next trophy, looking for that first place. But at the moment, I want to see a team that we expect to be starting off strong as well is Boars. Not seeing anything from them yet. SLB as well, Selibon. They were one of the very consistent teams in the first day of the competition, consistently getting 10+ points per games. They were basically able to guarantee their qualification to the finals within the first day of the competition. Meanwhile, some other teams literally left it till the last game to cross that qualification threshold. Right now, the zone is 2 kilometers away from Yikes Awe, Istanbul, Wildcats, and Fast. But they're all still here. Oh, Daddy, I don't think you know how much danger you're in. Dammy spots her out, gets the knock, gets the flush, and that's a free point. And Yikes Awe, again, the delay playing outside of the play zone, not really helping them out that much at this point in time.
Not really. Unfortunate, but they might be able to get that recall. I'm not sure if they did get a recall earlier in the day or not, but it is possible. We'll still see that from them. So if they can get into zone and just, you know, go off to a little a little recall somewhere. Uh-oh. Pinky. Oh, this isn't good. Gotten hit by that electrical storm here means all those vehicles cannot work for a small period of time. So Vincere kind of stuck in test track right now. As ITZY and 05, both those teams still here. The fighting's calmed down a little bit, but they are still here. They are still waiting to go. Militia down to literally 1 HP. Not sure how she managed that.
I was looking, I was thinking, blue zone damage? No, okay, no, she's just the EMP. And, you know, for a second there, we were back to full strength after 10 minutes. We had the 16 squads and all 64 players. But look at the amount of eliminations. There's at least 20 plus eliminations at this point in time. And again, another recall, another player brought back.
There you go.
And you know what? For real quick, I want to see how many eliminations are there actually. So there's 10, 19, 23, and 11. There's 34. So we've had a total of 34 eliminations in the
Wow.
first 10 minutes. Also, I'm surprised I got the math very quickly there. But yeah, 34 eliminations, 10 minutes in, and we still have every single squad. This is what we say when we, this is what we mean rather when we say, go for fights when it comes to Rondo. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. That's what you need to do. Okay? Because you can get recalled. You can, as long as you have that plan in mind, you should be good to go. Right now, Boars, who have been very, very quiet at the beginning of this game, they haven't had the fights going their way at the very beginning. They were all brought back, I believe, by Amaya, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. But the squad is back to full strength, and they will have a team close enough to them in BigBaby Esports.
Oh, Sandstorm. Oh, Sandstorm. Okay, so we have shifted slightly south, but we are going to the east. We're going onto the island now. In the regular circuit, we saw some crazy plays being done from this island in particular. I want to know if any of these teams are actually going to make it there, but we are about to really get into the action here because we have two sides of the river that are in use. Nobody's going to want to give up their spot. There's a lot of high ground, particularly where Margot is right now, on that southwest corner. And yeah, we're about to be in for a treat. This is going to go kind of crazy. We do have a 1-2 split by Dreamers here. We got a little bit of, third, fourth party coming in there as well. So that is probably going to be somewhere we're going to be looking at next. Is Highborn going to also be looking to just hold down their warehouse, and the Wildcats might have something to say about it.
They might indeed, and they need to say something early enough in this game. Get themselves some points, but at this point in time, I don't think they can go for risky plays as the recall stations are going to be heavily contested. There's only going to be 1 or 2 left inside the zone. Boars, again, not having the best of starts. Lost 1 more player. 2 others are knocked down, and it's down to just 1 player left at this point. Meanwhile, other squads such as Fast and BigBaby, when I'm looking at the minimap and trying to figure out what their situation is with their positioning, there's quite a few teams that still need to leave test track. A lot of them might bite the dust, but hold on. Boars won their fight. Players healing and might be able to bring them back, and they will be playing as 3, but hey, at least that's something. Yeah, it is Metesha that ended up with the clutch in the end. And BigBaby Esports, surprisingly, I mean, I say surprisingly, not going for the push. They're the ones in the zone, so the pressure is really on the Boars here. Let's see what Logica and Amaya can do. Rather, if there's going to be a revive on Amaya. She is outside the zone, and I'm not sure about how much damage it is, but it should be low enough that a revive is possible. And not only that, but the heal should be as well. But maybe when the zone closes, the damage is going to scale up. So we'll find out what's going to happen to Boars in a second. But Galatasaray, 7 eliminations now. They're starting to get those numbers that they constantly showed us time and time again in previous games. They got very close to taking that #1 spot from Vincere Mortem, but weren't able to in the last game of the semifinals. And here, we have a look at Fast Esports. Just parking their cars a little bit outside the zone, so they got to get moving. SLB are around the only recall station that is left in the zone, and the zone shifts again towards, I want to say, the left side here. So any team on the right side, specifically looking at BigBaby, maybe 4M as well. It's going to be difficult for them to get into the zone because I don't think it's going to shift anywhere helpful to them. But we'll have to wait and see, as all these teams are going to try to make their way in.
It's going to be a big fight as well. I mean, look at the teams already squashed in onto the eastern, the western, the southwestern, the northwestern. All that entire side is going to be pretty heavy. I do see Vim just booking it across to that island, so let's see if that's going to be their winning spot here. Yikes Awe as well, just down to a duo. 05 trying to figure something out here, trying to loot up as best they can. 5 eliminations on the board so far. A very good show from the great start to their day. That's exactly what they want to be looking for. Oh, Vim! Oh, Vim! They're all down. They're all gone. The push to the island did not work. 4 eliminations. They're going to just have to be happy with that, as Galatasaray now making a play for that coastline, moving up really strongly. That's really what they're known for. They make a play, they do it with all their might. So you're going to be seeing them move forward. Oh, but not enough. That's the double knock. Net kisses. My goodness me. The all coming on through. And that's going to be Galatasaray just brought low down to a duo. Done and dusted. 7 eliminations, though. It's not a bad start at all. They should still be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely happy indeed. And yeah, like you mentioned, Net Kisses is just on fire. Starting the match with a 1v2, cleaning up, and now once again alongside her squad, able to get even more eliminations. Let's see how far this team can go, because I'm very curious to see what they're capable of. Fast Esports as well. And you remember when we were talking about hot drops, right? Fast Esports was one of those that constantly dropped on Erangel in Severny, and they were always fighting forever. But now, they seem to have worked on their plans a little bit. Again, they're starting off strong, almost double digits in eliminations. Looking at the map as well, they have... I mean, are they inside the zone? When it comes to Fast Esports, no. They do have to leave and make their way in. And we can see them now on the minimap, bottom left corner, as they're going to be pulling up on the compound with Selibon Esports and Beg. So it's already going to be a heavily contested area. But if they can come in third party while the other knocks are coming in, they... Beg are just getting cooked right now.
They are.
Was talking about Fast Esports coming in hot and fast as well. Instantly knocking down Purple. Sila is also very low. Mel tries to come in with the assist. They're all falling like flies, and Fast Esports just clean house, and they take the compound. 13 eliminations, 7 on Dami. She has more eliminations than the rest of her squad put together, but it's teamwork at the end of the day. And teamwork makes the dream work, baby. That's what's happening right now.
She has more eliminations than the entirety of Galatasaray. Let's just
than me and my entire history in PUBG Mobile.
That's a whole mood, actually. That's a whole mood. Dreamers also going out there. We have to say goodbye to them. 2 points on the board. That is it. And now, as the mist clears just a little bit, you still have, of course, Fast with those 13 eliminations, playing that edge side there. Boars, though, still here, still in it. Not 7 eliminations as well, actually. Quiet eliminations they've been able to get over the course of the match. For Miracle looking straight at Galatasaray. ITZ under the bridge here. BigBaby, though, your pick coming on through here onto the eastern side. No one else on their side. We'll have to see if that is going to be doing anything for them. They are going to be trying to make this approach onto the bridge. Just moving through the water, I think, here, or about to be. Let's see if they can do anything with this. I kind of feel like Maria knows already that somebody's here. They do recognize that there is some movement in this direction, and ITZY also need to be aware that this is about to happen, because they are under the bridge. They're going to be the first ones to get picked off.
That they are. Istanbul Wildcats bite the dust, and it's just Fast Esports picking up the eliminations there. They're doing so incredibly well in this first game, and they're not stopping. They're on 16. I mean, okay, I mentioned 26 eliminations was the highest that we saw. Is Fast aiming for that? Right now, it seems so. But we're having a look at for Miracle Goddess at the moment as they're taking on BigBaby. BigBaby started the game strong with 7 eliminations and haven't been able to get any since then. We don't have to keep fighting every single time. So it's fine for now, as BigBaby have chosen to play on the other side of the zone, rather the eastern side, but with the zone closing in towards the west, it does make their crossing a little bit difficult, but let's see how they manage to deal with it.
Let's see, indeed. We did see Boars take a little bit of a hit coming on through there. That's going to be them going back and forth in that elim feed. But, yeah, BigBaby, 8 eliminations. Actually done a really good job to kind of get some footing here. ITZ on the other side of the island, not really aware that this is really happening, keeping their eyes onto Galatasaray instead. Also have to be very careful of Yikes Awe there. I mean, if they just look over that hillside, ITZ going to be very exposed and get cornered pretty soon. Luckily for them, BigBaby's on the other side, right? So, Erangel are being a little bit preoccupied here, but the zone is moving in. Sandstorm, stage 6, about to come on through in about 10 seconds.
10 seconds and we'll see what's going to happen with this shift. Just how difficult it's going to be for some of these teams to make it into the zone. BigBaby and 4M, this fight cannot last that long, and Liot finds another opening, meaning BigBaby can continue their push here and actually be able to get into the zone. It's going to be all down to Mikasa from 4 Miracle Goddess, but the pressure is coming in from other squads and the timing. But it's actually Mikasa with the response, going 1-for-1 when it comes to the knocks, but too many angles, too many different areas to watch out for. And they will go down, and BigBaby keep inching their way into the zone bit by bit.
Very nice indeed, but the zone has gone away from them. It kind of centers up on Galatasaray, actually, crazily enough. ITZY as well, going to be inside zone, but they are nowhere near safe, right on the edge like that. BigBaby looking down onto them. It's going to be a tough fight for sure. Fast Esports now trying to make their move, but moves in way too slowly. Pixie able to take one down, finish her off as well. Ali now goes down the next altercation here. Fast just falling like flies. What happened? 17 eliminations and all of a sudden down to just a solo. A very strange roll-up from this team. And Pixie able to really just take him out as much as possible here.
They were doing oh so well. And it all just crumbled so quickly for the side of Fast Esports. Question is, what can they do now? Absolutely nothing. They just have to wait and watch, as it's all down to Sultan. Elisa in a 1v2. This nade could be the end of her. Oh! She has no health! This nade should surely do it, but it's overshot.
Yeah.
No. Never mind. 0-5 strike true. And it is going to be Fast with 19 points, 1 placement point, and 18 points for eliminations. Absolutely bonkers start. But eyes still on BigBaby as they are a full squad along with Into the Zone. But Into the Zone haven't really been taking that many fights. They haven't shown us their fighting capabilities just yet in today's games. But hey, they're alive and kicking, and it's a whole squad. Right now, we are focusing on Boars and Yikes Awe, as Yikes are trying to just hold their ground, not allow the Boars to come in. And it is only 2 from the Boars. I don't even... What was that in the elimination feed? What got the knock? What? I don't know. It looked like the flare that you use to get the deployable cover. And if
oh,
you got
yes.
Elimination, there's no
you got
way
squished.
No.
You get squished.
No way.
Yes.
They actually got,
yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Another one, Matesha! Down to just a singular HP. Is able to... Oh, I was going to say he's able to get her health back up, but nope. She got it up just for it to be taken away again. Boars go out in the top 5. Nice result for them. That's going to be ITZY now as well, falling down. BigBaby on the bridge now, as the zone is going to be moving forward in just a second. Or 2. 1. There we go. Moving on through. Does center up down to that southwest side, so we are definitely going towards 05. We're going towards Galatasaray. BigBaby, they need to move in, as do Yikes Awe. Both of these teams now outside the zone, and they need to move in ASAP.
Let's see if BigBaby can inch their way into this zone, as it is going to be Galatasaray who's right under them. So the second that they cross, it is going to be Toffee that's going to be holding them in check, along with Yikes Awe. with that teeny tiny high ground that they have, O5 Esports. I mean, I do have to say, we have 2 teams out of the 4 that the circle is predicted. So there's a 50-50 chance. And I'm just saying, if I get BigBaby as the first prediction and they get the dub, that would be nuts. That would be nuts. So let's see.
That would.
But it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them. Let's have a look at Pixie with the spray onto one tap. Not able to find the connections, but there is a little bit of a response. And it's Karmzy, actually, with the knock onto one tap and getting the elimination as well. That puts BigBaby Esports into 12 now. And as they keep making their way, O5 might be exposed the second they come up from behind that little bit of cover that they have. But they're trying to use nades to create small little areas that they can play around. Which, you know what? I am loving the play behind this. I've seen in other competitions, like, for example, like someone would use a pickaxe to drill a trench and make sure that they're able to get their way into the zone. That, for example, is just crazy. So you can do the same thing here if you have a decent amount of grenades or any explosives, really. And here we are, down to 3 teams. Galatasaray, O5 Esports, along with BigBaby. And BigBaby are slowly but surely getting themselves in there, and that's exactly what they do. Next zone is going to be the one that's a little bit difficult. And it all relies on what Galatasaray do as well.
Oh, this bridge. It's such a tough position. You have so much good overlook and so many good angles, but you're so exposed over there. Gonna make it very difficult to really do anything here, especially when a player like XQ knows where you are, but oh, the zone might just give them a little bit of respite, because O5 now have to move forward, move over this hill into the waiting teams ahead of them. Just a duo, 13 eliminations, top 3, so, you know, even if they call it quits now and say, yeah, we're not gonna be able to do this, just go for it, it still is going to be a fantastic game for them. Same for BigBaby. 13 eliminations on their side as well. But they're in a much better position here to just really go for it, take out Galatasaray and try and get this win. But the angle...
Hilal has 7 nades. Hilal has 7 nades.
7?
If BigBaby are to be eliminated, this is exactly how it's going to happen. It's going to be with all these nades. Okay, but 2 of them miss.
As long as she doesn't
have 5
chuck.
more to go.
Yeah, don't be doing that.
A couple more of those will do the damage. She's trying to get closer and closer, but if she falls down, oh god. No, she's fine. She knows the ins and outs of this game, and this angle is just going to be destructive to the lineup of BigBaby Esports. Now she's actually going to get line of sight on a lot of... Oh, wait, where did that nade go? Where did that nade go? That again, must have exposed her a little bit, maybe, if anyone's on the lookout. Now they see her. No one's actually looking at her. No one knows what she's doing. And Hilal just going to skedaddle back again from where she came to the previous location along with her teammate in Toffee. Toffee decided to abandon the bridge. Honestly, with a couple more nades left, there may have been an opportunity for Hilal to do something. Because if you allow BigBaby to make their way off this bridge, I think they take the chicken dinner.
I agree. I think BigBaby here are in prime position to win. O5 are trying their best, though. They're really trying to take that prime position away from these teams. Not to replace them in their position, just to make their position a little bit stronger and put the teams off on a back foot there. But Stage 9 going to be coming on in, and BigBaby now need to move. I mean, really, all these teams need to move, but I feel like BigBaby are the ones on the worst edge here. They're going to have to just move through, and that's why you're seeing so many of these smoke roads coming on through, because there just is no cover. That is the opening that BigBaby needed, though. XQ goes on down, and immediately that's going to be the push coming through.
Trying to cross that bridge, because it's finally time to do that. Nade's coming in from right below them in Hilal, but Toffee goes down. Farzita is the one that finds that pickup. Getting heavily pressured, and BigBaby Esports managed to make their way off this bridge. Hilal trying to go for the revive. Karmzy going for the push, knowing that she won successfully, and they do. BigBaby 4v1 against Galatasaray now, and they're swinging, and they get the chicken. They're BigBaby Esports. with an incredible first win, an incredible amount of eliminations as well. One hell of a way to start their journey in the finals, and the wheel giveth today. The wheel giveth.
Wow.
I love that. I love that.
That's
First
wild.
prediction on point. That's exactly what we want to see. Let's go. Congratulations to BigBaby Esports with a phenomenal start. I bet their fans are filling up the chat right now. Well, they will be once they see this result, because
In a second,
bonkers.
yeah.
Especially with them taking out like Galatasaray and 05. And the
Yeah.
fact that we had 05 in the top 3 as well, like 2 out of the 4 predictions, monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. But hey, this is only the first game. You see? This competition, it's banging so far.
First game. You're right. You're absolutely right. Big congrats over to BigBaby. We're going to go for a short break, though, and we'll be right back to just break down what that game was. Welcome back, everybody. We just had a very epic game by BigBaby's on Rondo. That's what it was indeed. BigBaby's having a big win. Really interesting to see them come into the top with the kind of Eastern rotation they had. They were the only team on that side of the river, right? So just goes to show you there is a method to that madness. Everybody was on the west side. Everybody was in the center. They were really able to sneak their way through and just take teams out bit by bit. Really, really well played. Nice patience on them as well to not push too forward on that bridge as well. So very excited to see what BigBaby will have in store for the next couple of games. But that is a big, big win coming in from them. I think they had, what, 17, 18 elims at the end of that, so that's going to be nearly a 30-point game for them to start off the day.
Yep, It's going to be one hell of a start for that lineup. It's definitely going to give them a massive boost exactly when they need it as well. At this point of the competition, a team that starts out with that many eliminations it definitely just helps their mental as well. Let's have a look at the MVP here. It is going to be Pixie from the 05 Monsters. 7 eliminations and almost 1,400 damage on her own in that game. One hell of a way to get things started for her and her team. They didn't get the chicken dinner. They got a top 3 finish, though, and a decent amount of eliminations. So fair play to her and her lineup for their performance in this game.
Big GG's indeed. Some really good stuff coming through from Pixie and 05 in general, right? Really, really good stuff. A lot of really aggressive plays coming in from them. Top 3 is really, really good. Gotta mention Galatasaray though as well, right? They were in the center. Yes, they got a little bit zone blessed. They lost 2 in an early rotation into that position, but they were really able to hold on and get themselves a 2nd place as well. So a really, really good shout out from them. A really good start to their day as well. As we know, this team's nowhere near done. This is a team that we can see a lot more from them. So it's a good boost to their day, a good start to really just set them off running.
Yeah, definitely hitting the ground running with that start. Let's have a look and see the match ranking, which is also going to be the overall ranking put into one as well, since it is the very first game. 27 points in total, 17 eliminations is what they got, but still most eliminations was fast. That's how crazy they were with it at the start of the game as well. I think they started off with 7 eliminations, moving up to 10, and just kept going. Absolute beast of a performance from them. 05 Monsters as well, and 3rd with 18 points, but it is Galatasaray who got 3rd place in that game, 2nd place rather, with 8 eliminations to their name. Yikes Awe as well, I have to say, massive change in the way that they are starting as well. You know, they didn't have the best of performances in the semifinals. They didn't have the best of starts, but this time around, things are a little bit different for them, and they're also getting a decent amount of eliminations to get things going from the beginning of the competition.
Yeah, they really, really are. I really like to see this amount of points coming through for a lot of these teams, actually, right? The top 6 having those double-digit points on the board. ITZ and Selibon, 2 teams that we saw quite a lot from in the league, trailing slightly, 6 and 5 points total. Not exactly the kind of result you want to have from a Rondo, but you know what? Not everybody can get those high eliminations, so we'll be looking forward to what they can bring to the table on the next game on that Erangel coming on through. As we're going to look at the match rankings, of course, the second page. We're going to be looking, Highborn actually getting 0 points here. That is unfortunate, right? The only team to get 0 points, TPES not doing much better with 1. Actually, a lot of teams here. I mean, Vincere Mortem, we did not expect them to see them on the second page here. 4 points total. Majorka as well, Dreamers, the Wildcats, everybody having just a less than stellar start to their day.
Yeah, not the best of starts for Vincere Mortem, but you know what? I believe with the numbers that they put up in the previous stage, at some point in time in today's games, they will be present and everyone's going to know it. They are getting a chicken dinner. And you know what? Speaking of that, actually, I got to give you the prediction from the wheel for games or game number 2, actually. So, first prediction, I got Vincere Mortem. So, we'll see what happens there. You got BigBaby Esports this time around. The fans at home watching on the stream got Fast Esports, and then production has Bang Esports. Production, don't even at me, okay? You tried to pick Galatasaray last time, and you were given a team, and that team won. So don't even think about it.
That's true.
Okay? I love the fact that like, again, it's just the predictions have been crazy.
They have been wild.
It's like they've missed like 99% of the time, but when they hit, it's just fun.
But when they hit good.
Yeah, when they hit, hit really, really good.
So true. Gonna be looking forward to the next game. Come on, guys. Here we go. I'm hearing voices in the back of my head.
You should
that we might be getting into that next game soon, and sooner than you might think. Gonna be going into it. Where is that zone gonna go? Where is the plane path going to be? And how bad is it going to be for all of these players? That is the real question here, right? Because, you know, PUBG Mobile, they could go, oh, have an easy zone, or they could go military circle, 50% water in zone 1. So it could go either way. It's
You know
a
what?
real
That's
50-50
exactly what I
chance.
want. That's what the doctor is ordering right now. It's a prescription for the viewers, and you
Yeah.
get a double dose of that prescription because of the voices that you seem to be hearing. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. But you know what, Erangel, it's the bread and butter of this game. It's the bread and butter of these competitions. It's always going to be there no matter what. And I want to see who's going to take the chicken dinner there, because the wheel spoke on the first one and it was not wrong. So the question remains: can Vincere Mortem get their first chicken dinner here, or will it be Galatasaray? The wheel doesn't seem to be a fan of Galatasaray right now.
No.
It hasn't chosen a single one of us prediction-wise. I mean, it's been 8 predictions so far, and we've gotten BigBaby 3 times, by the way. So BigBaby Esports seems to be a big fan of the wheel, or the fan.
That is true.
Wheel is a big fan of them. Actually, it's the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. It's giving wheel.
It's giving.
That's
wheel.
what you're trying to say.
What we're talking about is where. Let me see if I can get it. No, other way here. Is it closer this way? Yeah, there. The chicken. Everyone's fighting for that chicken. The chicken dinner. That's what everyone's going for. You know, I got an even bigger chicken leg. Where is it? It's there.
Whoa!
And you know what? That's a PUBG Mobile chicken leg, by the way.
Whoa!
It has PUBG Mobile on it, and it says winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I want that.
No, it's my chicken.
Give it.
No.
Give it over.
See, everyone's fighting for chicken dinners. That's the only chicken I need right now. An actual chicken. But hey, so far,
fried chicken.
Yeah, so far it's looking good. So I'm waiting for the play, and I believe we already have every one of the teams, 16 teams in the lobby, 64 players this time around. We are good to go, but we are not going to be seeing the same level of aggression that we saw in the last game. This is Erangel. It is not Rondo. There are no recalls. You only get one life in this match, so you better use it wisely. Show us what you are made of.
Yes, indeed. We're going to be heading into it pretty soon here. This is going to be an interesting one. I think this is really going to tell us how the rest of the day is going to go, right? Because Rondo is always a different breed of cat. It's always over in a world of its own. And so coming into this first Erangel, I kind of expect maybe some teams to take it a little bit slower coming into it, the second game of the finals, you know, that sort of thing. However, I think a lot of the teams are going to be moving forward quite quickly, and I think they're really going to try and set the pace for the rest of the finals in this next game. So that is what I'm looking to see. That's what I'm hoping to see. We should be able to see that coming through very shortly. The zone will be, or the game will be starting in just a minute.
Yeah, don't worry. We're
yeah,
just,
no, we haven't skipped anything.
I have the power right now to start the game, but I just refuse. I don't wanna.
Start the match.
No,
do it.
No, I don't wanna. You know what? How about you guys and girls watching the stream? Let us know who you think is gonna win, and then I'll let you know when we're starting the game.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, all right. I see a lot of support for BigBaby.
I'm holding the stream hostage.
Do it. You know what? Do it.
What, am I supposed to point a gun at the chicken? No one's getting this chicken if we don't start this.
For goodness sake.
Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, production giving us some very important information. Would you like to bestow this information on the stream?
Yes, indeed. Okay, so Season 1. I remember Season 1 happening. Rise Divas won. Rise Divas were the Season 1 champions coming through here. Seasons 2 through 4 was Galatasaray. Season 5, it actually looks like it was the Boars, so their Liquipedia is wrong again. So yeah, Boars won.
Liquipedia is not a verified source. You know this.
It is for everything else except when I try to use it. For goodness sake. It's right like 99.9% of the time unless I try to ask a player a question and he's like, that's not right. And I'm like...
The first comment, I love the fact that it's like that they also gave us Liquipedia. Not a verified source. The first thing I read from Liquipedia, by the way, was the fact that this competition, this one right here, the one that we're commentating, is supposed to be 5 matches per day in the group stages and then 6 in the finals. Surprise! Yeah. It's 6 matches every single day of the competition. Liquipedia is wrong. I'm watching you. So whoever's working on that page, yo, it needs to be updated.
It does indeed. Okay, so yeah, the Boars did go ahead and win that last one. So yeah, there we go. little bit of a correction there. So
there's
actually,
no
the Boars.
back-to-back.
But no, but the Boars are looking for a back-to-back.
Wait, and I'm also looking at it, and Galatasaray ended up 5th in that competition as well. They didn't really have the... They didn't get top 3. It was Boars, S2G, De Muerte, Istanbul Wildcats, and then Galatasaray.
Yeah, it was. I'm guessing that's what it was. Also, Season 5, this is why I'm not remembering that correctly. Season 5 was supposed to have a stream. We were supposed to do that stream, and then the stream did not happen. But it looks like the games were played just without a stream, which I was not aware of, so my bad. Galatasaray were the reigning champions as far as I remembered, because I had done all the shows.
Wrong, then her info is wrong.
Okay,
what are we doing?
All right. Didn't ask.
But we did ask for the playing path. We did.
Here we go. We're going in.
All right.
Oh, okay.
I like the skin. Very cute. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching from home, Pmewl continues as we have our second game of the day. Erangel is here. And we can see the playing path from military base just to the east of Yasnaya. I mean, yeah, I'm just saying, Ep, you did talk about, first zone going to military island, 50% water. We have a military island plane path from the very beginning.
That's true.
So I'm just saying, it could be possible. Make sure to keep watching and we'll figure out exactly what's going to happen.
I'm looking very much forward to this. Are we going to get any hot drops, though? So far, not really seeing anything. We do see a few teams that are close together, right? But they're going to start splitting off pretty soon. I think it's because some teams go Quarry, Fairy Pier, Primorsk, etc. So these teams should be filtering out for a little bit. And then we'll start to see them really where they're going to be going ahead and looting up. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Pachinki, it's happening again, Sandstorm. Galatasaray and four Miracle. They're doing it again. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Pachinki 2 squad is going to be a little bit tough, but we'll wait and see if there'll be anything fighting there. Selibon, that's their usual drop. That's their usual drop. Instant fighting. DP. Okay, Galatasaray. From the get-go, it is going to be Carly who's getting that first elimination, and we already see shotguns coming out as well. Question is, will Galatasaray suffer any losses, or is it just going to be a clean fight? Nope. Quick, clean fight. Not even a lick of damage on any one of the players from the Galatasaray lineup, and that's exactly the team that we were looking for. That's exactly how you want to start it. Sending a message to whoever hot drops you and telling them, nope, this is our spot. This is our location. Try us again, and you'll see what happens.
This is just so silly. Like, I'm just not even... I have no tolerance for this, because I don't know if for Miracle that Pachinki is their drop spot when they're not playing with Galatasaray, but let me tell you, as somebody who's watched this event since day one, quite literally, Galatasaray have always dropped Pachinki. That is theirs. They always drop Pachinki. For Miracle won like one time when they dropped hot dropped them, right? They won like once. That was it. Okay, Carly, don't do that. And now they're doing it in the finals again. Like, just don't do it. There's so many spots that are not taken up by teams, actually. There's a lot of spots. If we look at, for instance, let's go forward here. Where are we looking at? I mean, yes, that plane path doesn't help, but Milta Power is available. You have Boatyard. Roshawk is available. George Pole is available if you want to drive. Kameshki, Stalber. You don't need to go Pachinki, guys. Like, come on. I don't like it.
I mean, I agree. But there is one good thing about this, though. This showcases exactly what needs to be done in a hot drop scenario. Finish the fight as quick as possible. Continue looting. Because otherwise, you're just sitting there, watching each other, having a staring contest, and no one's gaining anything. So at least, well, obviously, it's a benefit for, Galatasaray, because they won the fight. For them, at this point, you know what needs to be done. Don't drop it Pachinki, find a different spot. Galatasaray are not to be messed with at this point. They are coming back. They don't like the fact that they lost Season 5. The back-to-back is no longer possible. Season 5 went to Boars. So now it's been reset back for them, basically. And now they have to, once again, climb the hills that they already have. It's going to take them some time to get to that back-to-back again. But we'll see if they can start off with a win here. BigBaby was the one to get things started. But now that we have one life only for BigBaby Esports, I want to see what they are capable of and what they're going to be able to do in this second game of the competition. Looking towards the map, seeing where the rest of the teams are, just to give you, everyone at home, some updates as the zone is closing in. Basically, wherever the teams dropped, they're just making their rotations. So we still have VIM and SLB on the military island. VIM and Vincere Mortem are starting to make their way to vehicles. SLB and Selibon Esports have already started crossing the eastern bridge, but they will have 05, they'll have Yikes, and they'll have Highborn all waiting for them as well. BigBaby Esports are almost smack dab in the middle of the zone, just towards school and the apartments at the moment, and a little bit close towards Rozhok as well. They see that Rozhok is fully occupied. There's a couple of teams there, so they find themselves a nice little calm compound to claim for now, and then chill until the zone forces them to move again. We have Majorka Team that's in Severny at the moment. No one's near them. Like literally, as in no one is north of Yasnaya, the north of Rozhok, or north of, let's say, the south side of George Pool. That entire side of the island is just Majorka Team at the moment. So no one's going to be bothering them. We have Istanbul Wildcats on the south side of George Pool near the containers. And they will be making their way soon. But they're already in the zone, so there's no need for them to skedaddle right now. SLB have crossed their bridge, and they are making it towards the likes of Farm and further into the zone. No other teams seem to be fighting each other, just that first skirmish in the first couple of minutes between Galatasaray and Forum. I mean, I say it was a skirmish, it was a stomp early on. Also, I like the skin on that buggy. Completely unrelated, but nice.
Yeah, it's the dinosaur. Yeah, the stego. The Stegosaurus. Yeah, it's very cool.
Stegosaurus Wax.
The Stegosaurus Wax. Sorry. Sorry. My bad. Please don't clip that.
It's just, oh no, it's just all the, what does a dinosaur sound like?
Rower.
Yeah, no, it's just all in my head. Yo, someone clip that and make it, please. I beg you. Yes, yeah. Listen, she was baited. She was baited. Now you have to do it. Chat, you know what needs to be done.
No. Guys, don't do it, please. I have so much to live for. I will not live down that meme. Please.
You really will. Honestly, you really will. I can't wait for it. So what does a dinosaur sound like? PUBG Mobile Edition. Brought to you by Natura.
Rawr.
No, stop it! Stop! You're making it worse. Just stop.
Rawr.
Why are you giving them more?
Because it's funny.
See, I tried to help you. You're just digging the hole for yourself here. You know what? That's all you. I baited
really
you with the first one, but you just kept going. That's your fault.
Yeah, it is. You're right. You're right.
I'm just saying, you can't blame me now.
I can still blame
can't
you.
Blame me. No,
I mean,
blame me when I go make the clip.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, I would.
Ah, he would dare apparently, guys.
And I'm tagging Max in it too.
No! Oh God, no! Because next time I'm at a LAN with everybody, he's gonna put that in the group chat, dude. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Okay, you're just giving me more reasons to do this. You're just adding fuel to the fire, Neb.
Of course I am.
We're begging for a fight to happen right now so we can save Neb.
Yeah. Oh, there we go, Jellified. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, TPES having a bit of a hard time here. Gonna go down to, I think, a duo based on that Elam feed. Leaderboards aren't quite showing it just yet, but I think that's the case here as we move over to the apartments area. Dreamers versus Yikes Awe. Might be getting into a little bit of a skirmish if they're not careful. BigBaby looking on the outside as well. Let's see. I mean, Oh Daddy does go on down. There's going to be a little bit of that nade action, a little bit of that smoke action come on through while they heal on up, try and get her rezzed. But she is on the outside. That's going to be a tricky res to make. That's why all those smokes going out there. Taiga going to go on down to just half health as a knocked player. That's not good. One tap being that off angle of death coming through here as Panthera also gets knocked. Taiga gets flushed away. Dreamers now just down to a duo as the cavalry comes on in. Taiga. Not Taiga. The other...
Cat Veins.
Is it? No, Yikes Awe. The Yikes Awe play that's right there.
Oh.
Ooh, Cat Fades coming on in clutch onto Leora. Down she goes. And that's going to be Yikes Awe down to a trio.
Yeah, Panthera not looking good for her as the other Yikes Awe players might be just pulling up on her in a second and claiming that elimination. So it's going to be up to Cat Veins to avenge her fallen teammates alongside her duo right now in Hate Me. The play might be to just get a little bit more loot and then find a location in the zone. Don't want to be wasting a fight here, or don't want to be wasting your life and your game here. Try and see if we can get a couple more points from this one. Because, you know, in the semifinals, we were talking about, you know, average of 6 points, 5 points per game. That's not bad. When we were talking about qualifying to top 16, yes. But now, the only number that matters is number 1, first place.
Yep.
So you have to be showing your best, doing your best every single match. Try and maximize how many points you can get from every single game if you can. And for Dreamers, this would be running away from this fight, but hold up. We have Into the Zone that are instantly pulling up, and they are jumping in. One player from Yikes Awe is on the roof, so they have to regroup. And this could be an opportunity for Dreamers to third party too.
They have to be really quite quick with it if they want to wrap this up and make sure nobody else gets the jump on them. As the zone is going to be moving over. I mean, it's not really moving that much. It has shifted over to the northwest side, or east side rather, but I mean, none of those teams were really in there anyway onto the south side. You do have a few teams on the west that have to move in, a couple of teams on the southeast, namely 05 and HB, Boars as well. But I think there should be enough room for everybody to just about squeeze in here. I think it's going to be the next zone that's going to be really the tricky one coming through here. Is now all these teams going to be bunched up together fast. Moving over to that Roshawk Hill area. Maybe just Roshawk in general if they continue on. Yeah, they are going to be taking those compounds next to Garden, which is going to be pretty good for them. The Wildcats, I'm not sure where they're going to go. Maybe School? Beg as well might just try a leapfrog into zone with those compounds on the very edge, but we'll see what they're going to be doing. Boars, again, on that eastern side, really trying to just take up as much space as possible so that they can have an easier transition, but it's not to be. Galatasaray zooming past straight to this compound. We saw them take this compound in one of our games in the qualifiers as well, Sandstorm. So this is going to be a take 2 of that fight, of that play coming through. They're going to be sitting pretty for the next while.
Sitting pretty indeed with the location that they have at the moment. That's what everyone was trying to find, a perfect location to play the rest of the game from. Some gambled on Rosehawk, some went to school and apartments, and that's what we're seeing right now in Yikes Awe. We got Galatasaray pulling up close enough. And right across from them is BigBaby as well. Looking towards the rest of the map, though, on the eastern side, we have Boars, 05, and Highborn. On the south, in Potato Hill, it is just Vincere Mortem. And then Rosehawk has IW and the Wildcats. Along with them is Fast Esports and Beg. And okay, I see you trying to make a play with the nade there. Just gets absolutely shredded and forced to go back. Now Yikes Awe, don't forget, they're fighting with a 3-person squad at this moment. They do not have their full strength, but Into the Zone do not know this, I believe. So they can't really make the call of just saying, okay, go for the push.
Ooh, hang on a second. Nice nade onto one tap.
Now they go for the full push.
Yeah.
Because they know at least it's a 4v3, but they are being cooked. They're being absolutely cooked. That one molly did a ridiculous amount of damage, forcing them all to stay behind. But Oh Daddy uses that opportunity, jumps in, gets in the limb, and comes right back up. And Yikes Awe had the chance to heal up, revive, and get back to their 3-person strength now. Big mistake from their opponents, though.
Yeah, not good at all. The zone, though, goes over to school, goes over to apartments, so that fight can continue a little while longer, but man, oh man, a lot of these teams now have to move on in. 05 having a little bit of a hard time moving in onto this side, but they're going to just try and disengage, move away from this position entirely. That's a good call to make. HB, though, still stuck in that fight with Boars. And I don't know how they're really going to get out of that one. They're in the pit of death, so it'll be very difficult to extract themselves out of that one. Fireshine just being that player inside zone as Beg now look to move into the Rozhawk territory. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of these teams start to move on in. Vim, actually, Vincere, really need to watch out for them, right? On the south side, they've got a big split entirely along that south hill side there, looking down at everybody else. So that's going to be a very controlling spot for them in the later stage of the game. So want to watch out for them. 05 about to clash with them pretty soon, I think.
Pretty soon indeed. And 05. Oh!
Oh!
Already feeling the pressure. And XQ and Margot just get knocked down. Pixie, the MVP from that last game. Looks like we'll have to continue the rest of this game on her own. There's no chance of a revive at this point for either of her members in XQ and Margot, so it's going to be a 1v all for now. Galatasaray looks like they picked a very good spot over there. Vincere Mortem are now forced to leave Potato Hill. But they... Oh, hello, it's a free elimination. Not sure what Danella was doing there. No vehicle, no nothing. But I'm pretty sure Vincere Mortem are happy to pick up that one. It's free real estate.
It is indeed. Love when that happens. As the teams are all going to try and center on up here. Vincere only got one elimination. It's not anything crazy, but it is enough for now. Just for now, though. Very soon it is not going to be enough. We really need to get our skates on with that one. Galatasaray up to 6 already here, as the Boars look like they're going to be just stomping, rolling over HB here. So they're going to have to be careful about that one. HB is struggling in the last 2 games. They're down to do a duo with just 1 point. Remember, they're the only team in the last game that got 0 points as well. So they're really not having a great start to their day, and it's a shame because Highborn actually were in the top, the top 7 for a while there during the qualifiers. So definitely can see that this team knows what it's doing and knows what it's about, but they just have not been able to get the circles. I don't know if it's the circles they've been wanting. I don't know if they're getting caught out on rotation, if they're hesitant. I don't know what it is, but Highborn really not having the best of times.
Yeah, not really, because I want to say last stage in the semifinals they were able to have a couple of standout performances. They were able to get the chicken dinner as well at the beginning of their competition run into the zone. Says right into my elimination counter, and Stella gets her first elim of the day, first point for into the zone in this one. And all the squads now are going to be migrating on over to the likes of school and apartments. And oh boy, this finish, this game is going to be a bonkers wrap up towards the end. Yep.
It really, really is. What are BigBaby gonna do? They're right there on the edge, right? That big compound all to themselves, but it's all open ground, and Galatasaray are in their way. So really curious to see how they're going to be trying to get this one sorted. Boars already going down to the far south, out in the blue zone.
Oh my god,
SLB, oh, having a horrendous time of it. My goodness me, the Shack has not done well. It's not giving them any sort of cover whatsoever. Not enough anyways. Duena gonna be trying to take them all down, and between Galatasaray and ITZ,
God.
they are out.
It's just Galatasaray with 10 eliminations, and we still have 32 players left alive. They are coming for that #1 spot, and they're doing it fast. And speaking of fast, they were also eliminated with 2 points only. Boars also out for the count and ready for the next lobby. And Galatasaray just going back to exactly what they were doing before in the previous seasons of this competition. Complete and utter domination. High eliminations. That is what they are known for. And Vincere Mortem, I remember talking about it in the semifinal stage, thinking, okay, so a team can do this incredibly well in the semifinals, but will you see the same level of consistency in the finals when it actually matters? And at this moment in time, it doesn't seem so. Hilal with an incredible spray control to get the knock onto one of the members of Vim. And now it just seems like they're another one of the teams competing with us here, not able to keep up. And these eliminations are just being sent on over. Karmzy from BigBaby Esports getting eliminated, and the rest of the team just pulling up. Galatasaray might be in trouble here, but the nade comes in, and boom goes BigBaby. That is 13 eliminations for the 3-time champions of the PMEWL. And they are not showing any signs of slowing down right now, Nep. This is ridiculous from this roster right now.
It really is. It's pretty crazy, but they've done it before. They're doing it again. I mean, at this point, are we surprised? No. Are we amazed? Always.
Yes.
That's really how it goes with these girls. So, I mean, Halal up to 7 on her own. I mean, that's pretty crazy. But the zone finally is going to not be in their favor. It's going to go down to the south, actually the southwest, where only HB are. Somehow they managed to get out of the pit of death there, and they are inside this next zone. One of the only teams to do that, except for those teams over in the apartments, right? So now Galatasaray going to be just full sending Tofi into zone, into the shack area. Just going to try and see if they can make that work. Just get into zone any way you can. Vincere over onto the south side, up on top of that hillside. They're going to be now making extra certain that they have their position locked and loaded, because now all of a sudden that zone has come to them.
That it has. It's going to make it that much easier for them to hold the line. Let's see what the decision is going to be here. Galatasaray is still going to be holding their ground. They're not really going to have any problems here for now. Just need to wait and see once the zone starts moving in, but they have waited enough. Uh-oh, Carly.
No
Carly!
wheels.
No wheels on the car. Meanwhile, we have a close nade fight. No! Marussia, under the pressure, almost nades herself. Molly comes back, trying to revive her teammates, but the pressure is starting to mount up here on Majorka Team, who we haven't seen much of in this game. We haven't seen much of them in today. For now, Missy, you're the last member of your team. This is a little bit risky. Yeah, I'm pretty sure VIM heard that rotation and heard that car. There's 4 of them around the south side, which is very exposed, very open. And she might be very dead. Wait, nope, nade, a little bit of damage, but there's another one coming. A little far, a little bit more damage. They're poking and prodding with those nades right now. XN, who was one of the best players that we've seen. Oh, there's the nade. Nope, again, a little bit of damage. And another one, and another one. And there we go, finally. They secured their 6th elimination. And they will keep going. Meanwhile, Galatasaray, I'm looking towards them, and they have blinking health bars. I don't even know what you saw there. I don't even know what you saw or how you saw it or what kind of 40/20 vision that you got going on right now, but that was ridiculous. Galatasaray just get picked clean. 3 of them go down. It's all up to Toffee, as every single team, bar Vincere, is on the north side. Vincere is the one that chose to play in the open. Can the wheel strike true again with its prediction?
Entirely possible. Could it do it? Yes, we've seen it happen before. I'm still amazed that actually Highborn are still here. I don't know how they rotated out of that position, but they do have these shacks, really the only true compound in the zone, except for those apartments, which I'm not sure we can really count anymore. They're so far on the edge there. The zone moves over towards Vincere. Oh my goodness me. They're like, dang. The team only got 4 points in the Rondo. Alright, we gotta help them a little bit. We gotta boost them up just slightly, or Nirvana could take out Melita there if she wanted to. I mean, that's a pretty good spray down, pretty good angle. But no, nothing gonna happen just yet. They're waiting a little while longer. They don't want to get caught out in a fight, as the teams from the north side are going to be moving on up the hill. So they're going to just try and see who's the weaker target here, right? Who's the weakest link? Who can they go for the most safely? That's really what they want to be thinking about here, as going to be looking now as Vincere. As this fight goes on, I'm going to be expecting Vincere to really start moving through the north side, the south side rather, and just take up as much of that position as possible, as much ground as possible, really corner a lot of these teams. I mean, they're already cornered. Everybody in these buildings, in these apartments, they're all in the corner. Quite literally, the zone is starting to move in now. Sandstorm, it's all going a little bit south.
It is going a little bit south for a lot of these teams, but that's exactly what Vincere Mortem wanted to see happen. They're cleaning house. They're picking up elimination after elimination, and now the rest of the lobby is just clashing against each other. Into the zone is trying to do exactly that and just get into that zone, but it's just not working out as Yikes Awe swings. Galatasaray go down, and we have 4 squads left remaining. Yikes trying to make it into the zone. Vincere Mortem going unstoppable. They have a full squad against Yikes and against Highborn. Highborn didn't have the best of games well, they didn't have the best of starts with that first game, but they might be able to do something here. 2 players alive and waiting to get a revive going on. Yikes have 3, but it looks like they might not make it that far as the second goes down and only 1 player remains on either side. It's a 4v1v1 and the zone is closing in. The game has been gifted to Vincere Mortem. They chose the perfect position. They kept playing in the open. They sacrificed so much in this game. And at the end of the day, they will reap all the rewards. And it's going to be 13 eliminations. Last one is just 1 tap from Yikes Awe. Yagi going in for that 1v1 up close and personal. And it is going to be the circle again with the correct prediction. First, it was BigBaby Esports, and now it's Vincere Mortem. The circle is on a tear, and so are these teams. Galatasaray, though, as well. They had a fantastic game, an insane amount of eliminations, another top 5, and that's something that they were capable of doing consistently in the semifinals, Nep.
Yeah, they really, really were. We're going in again to break down all of those points, all of those plays. But first, before we get into all that, we're going to go for a short break. So go refill your drinks, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go into game number 3 just shortly. But first, let's go over what happened in that game number 2 coming on through. Of course, Vincere took that big win coming through off of the south side, just really splitting all the way across that zone, giving themselves a lot of room to work with. A lot of chaos going on in apartments. We did get an apartment finish, basically. Galatasaray as well, able to bring in those double-digit points as well. So some really good stuff coming in from teams across the board. As we look over to our MVP, it is going to be Hilal with 7 eliminations out of what, the 14 I think they got in the end. 7, so that's going to be half of what her team got just with her herself. So big GG's going over to her.
Yeah, big GG's indeed. Not seeing the same numbers when it comes to damage, but hey, what matters at the end of the day is the points you secure for your team, and 7 points by Hilal on her own is exactly what you want to see from your players. At the end of the day, the damage does not matter. It is the eliminations that you secure and the points that you manage to bring home to the squad. And right now, Galatasaray really is, like their jersey says, raising the game. Let's have a look at the statistics from that game as well. Would you look at that? It's Pinky coming back with the most distance when it comes to eliminations, and the longest distance covered, rather. Eliminations will go to Melita. Bim Bam, thank you, man, with the most damage, 715. So it wasn't really a high damage game this time around, as it was spread across the entire map. And of course, you're not going to see the same numbers when it comes to damage like you would have in Rondo, because hey, Rondo has the recalls and basically infinite fighting. But here we are, the Vincere Mortem striking back, showing us exactly what they are made of. We asked a question before the game, can they do it? They instantly answered, 23 points. Galatasaray, though, with their consistency, might be able to still hold on to that #1 spot. Yikes Awe continuing to do well. This is the second game, and it's the second time that they have managed to get themselves a decent amount of points, 12 this time around. But the second page is the one that we want to focus on, because BigBaby going from a chicken dinner to nothing, 05 Esports from top 3 to nothing, Fast Esports from an 18 or 17 eliminations for 18 eliminations actually, yeah, in the first game, and top 3, top 4, to getting 2 points only in this game. And the name of the game when it comes to a competition where you're aiming for that #1 spot is consistency. That is what we like to see from those teams. And at the end of the day, the most consistent ones will be the ones coming out on top.
It is true. As we look over to the overall rankings, though, Galatasaray, without a win, still here with 30 total points. BigBaby and Vincere bringing up second place with a tied at 27. Yikes Awe with 23 as well. So, I mean, it's not really split up, right? We got 3-point difference, 4-point difference, 2-point difference. Everything is quite close together. So the top 8 really looking quite close, quite easy. Boars, I don't feel like they've had the most spectacular of days so far, but still able to be in that 7th place position. This is where we start to look forward, or back rather, down the list, and we start to see, you know, some teams that are really struggling here. Dreamers not feeling them like themselves. Not feeling like the team we saw on day 3, right? But, you know, maybe they'll be back tomorrow, back later in the day. Maybe they just need a few games to really sort themselves out. For Miracle, you have only yourselves to blame for this last Erangel. Don't go back to Pachinki. Go do something else.
Or do it. Double down. See what happens.
Double down?
That was sarcasm. Yeah, I was saying, like,
yeah,
do it.
Better.
Double down.
Better.
And see exactly. Listen, when it comes to these decisions, don't listen to me. That's why I'm here. I'm not a professional player. I just know how to talk. That's about it. That's why I'm here. But anyways, speaking of talking. Speaking of speaking, indeed. Let's look at the wheel and the predictions that we have for this game. Just to let you know, the wheel has decided it's going to be a back-to-back for Vincere Mortem for me. They were chosen once again. Although you will be very happy with your choice. Who do you think you got?
Galatasaray.
Yes, ma'am. You did indeed get Galatasaray Esports. Okay. Our lovely fans managed to get Yikes Awe. I mean, look, hey, they've been doing well. You don't know what they're capable of.
Yeah.
And for production, it is Selibon Esports, and that is going to be their choice. So we'll see what happens in our third game as we are getting ourselves ready, and our ladies are currently boarding. Production, they're saying production chose Galatasaray. You don't get to choose. The wheel giveth and the wheel taketh away. The wheel gave you Selibon. You will take Selibon Esports and you will like it. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
exactly.
they have Selibon Esports. Remember last time you chose Galatasaray and at the
That's
circle
true.
at this and the wheel gave you a team and what happened? The team that the wheel gave you won. So I'm just saying, if it's again, I don't know. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens once the plane is ready and good to go. And of course, at this time, our lovely audience, let us know, who do you think is going to be coming up with the chicken dinner in our third game? Yeah, that's right. We're already almost jumping into the third game. We are running
Woo.
through the games today. Let's go.
We are
I think I
indeed.
just
I'm
cursed it
looking.
there.
Oh.
Yeah, ever so slightly.
Did
maybe.
you?
Yeah, maybe.
SMH. SMH. I'm looking at chat though. Lot of hype in here for BigBaby. Dreamers as well. Got a lot of fans coming on through here. Love that. Beg. Somebody's calling out Beg here saying, hey, what's up? Dreamers, BigBaby. Boars, Dreamers, BigBaby, ITZ. So, okay. A lot of different crews coming in here. A lot of different fan bases coming on through and shouting their support. Love to see that. So, we will see how that goes for them. But, yeah, we will be going into game very, very shortly here. An easy... I want to say it was an easier Erangel to start off with, right? We had a decent zone. It got hard towards the end because, yes, there's just so much open ground in that area, and you have apartments, which, you know, it's not easy. Apartments is not easy at all, but the zones themselves, not that bad. Are we going to be seeing a different side to PUBG Mobile zones in the next game? It is entirely possible. I wouldn't put it past them. But yeah, I'm liking the pacing that we're starting to see from these teams as well, right? Sandstorm, like they're not being too slow about it. We're starting to see that action fairly early on. There's not a whole lot of waiting around for those zones to push teams together. They're really trying to be very proactive with how they play. So I'm enjoying the pacing that we're seeing from these teams so far.
You know, I am too. And one thing I was worried about was teams that haven't performed well in the semifinals. What are they going to do when they come into the finals? And I'm very happy with what I'm seeing. Some teams have been able to adapt very, very well, and some teams still seem to be struggling a little bit or seem to be doing worse than what we've seen from them in the semis. Like, for example, looking back at it, we didn't really see an incredible performance from Highborn, for example. They got a chicken dinner, and then that was about it. Dreamers left it to like the last two games to secure it. Majorka Team, they were starting off very, very strong. They were consistently top 5. They ended in the top 5 in the groups or in the semis. And now nothing to be seen of them just yet. We haven't really seen them fight. We haven't seen them get a lot of points. For Miracle, again, haven't seen much from them in either semifinals or in the finals so far. And I want to say, game by game, when it comes to the semis, we were getting a clear idea of who is in contention for the top 16 and who can qualify for the competition. Right now, the question is, how many goose egg games, like how many 0-point games can a team get before they start becoming no longer a contender for the #1 spot? That's my question, because when we're talking about teams that have secured 100+ points in the semifinals, in Vincere, in Galatasaray, in even SLB, for example, there are teams that can do that in a total of 12 games. So what are you going to do now when you're fighting for that #1 spot and not just top 16?
Yeah, that is the question. It's going to be a difficult one to tell. I think we've got a couple more games until we really have to start making those calls, right? I think if we start getting to the Miramars, I think then we're going to start to see kind of how the lobby is shaping up, where these teams are really going to be going, what trajectories we're going to be able to see from them going into tomorrow. I think we got 2 more Erangels before we can really start to see those numbers pile up and then go, oh, okay, hang on. This team is getting way far ahead of another team that's not doing so well, and they now have a 45-point lead, and that sort of thing. So I think we'll be waiting just a little while longer before we start seeing that. But I tell you what, you're right. Galatasaray already with a 30-point lead or a 28-point lead, let's say, on a lot of teams on that second half of the leaderboard. A lot of teams there with 1-2 points. So that is going to be difficult for them to catch up with, knowing that there are teams like Galatasaray, like Boars, like SLB. I mean, SLB are not doing so well today, but they have have in the past. You're right. They're one of the teams that had 100+ points. So we know that they can put up points. We know that once they have a little bit of momentum, they just go for it. And so I think already in game 2, we're going to start to see some of these teams maybe be a little bit nervous because that gap is already pretty far.
Yep. And it's only going to get even more distant between them and that #1 spot. But I believe the game is ready.
Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 3 is on the line.
It is indeed. The plane path going to be going pretty chill, not super far over to one side. I mean, Mansion and Prison, Lipovka might be a little bit far away, but yeah, there's garages for that. You'll be fine. MT going to be dropping Severny as per usual. And we'll be seeing a lot of teams actually drop pretty early on here. Beg as well as Boars, SLB moving through as well. So a lot of these teams just going to be moving through to their spots. I'm looking for Pachinki though. Better not. I swear. I swear. Don't you dare. Let's see if they're going to come on through here. We're going to see Galatasaray jumping in just a moment. There they go. 4M right behind them though. Come on, go somewhere else. You don't... Oh, my God. They're dropping it. They're hot dropping again, Sandstorm.
That's
No,
exactly
surely.
what you would like to see. That's what you want to see. Yeah. It's like we are not changing our game plan. We will continue to drop, and we will take the fight to you. Now, is it the right decision? No, because this is currently the strongest team in the lobby and the most ferocious. The team that loves to fight every moment of this game so far, and they fight smart. They don't just make silly decisions, take any fight they can. No, they try to third party, they try to get in at the right time, and that's evident by the fact that they've been able to rack up elimination after elimination. But hey, Boars and SLB dropping towards a couple of car spawns, if I'm not mistaken, towards the west of Yasnaya, and they seem to be already in a bit of a skirmish as they managed to secure one elim and they managed to get another knock onto Pmewl. So Sela and Pmewl both seem to be suffering at the beginning of this game for now. But I want to know what's going to happen between GS and 4M. All I know is Boars, they got a couple of quick elims and they're happy about it. They're very happy about it indeed. And we see Boars now making their way as they want to push this advantage that they have. They want to secure the elimination, and they might just be pulling up together. Yeah. Just clearing the corners, clearing the buildings. They get the other point from Mel as well. And now they're going to be looking for the other members of SLB and start off strong in this one. But they decide, you know what? Nah. We're thinking about the long term here. We're thinking about the long game. And it's, let's get some loot, let's claim Yasnaya, and see how it goes from there. And you know what? I like that plan. Solid plan. Exactly what needs to be done right now, because you don't want to be wasting precious time. And you don't want to be just sitting there not looting, not getting any information. Like what we're seeing now from 4 Miracle Goddess versus Galatasaray. But I don't think Galatasaray is the type to just wait and see. At some point, they will pull the trigger and they will go for the fight against 4M.
No, they are. They will. I do think it's interesting actually that they've let 4 Miracle actually have the city. If you look at their position, they are making sure that 4 Miracle can loot and do what they need to do, but they cannot leave. There is no point here where they can leave. They can move, yes, they could move down to the southwest side, but still Tofi is going to be able to have full view of that, as is Simba, I think. So they're really just making sure that 4 Miracle really regret this decision to drop here again. That's going to be an interesting one to watch unfold here, as we're going to be 4 minutes until Zone 2 going to be showing up. Zone 1, super easy peasy. Oh, Zarky. Hello, Zarky representation in 2026. What is this?
Let's go. Hey, okay, I'm a big fan of BigBaby Esports now, just because they dropped there. Big fan of BigBaby Esports because they dropped there. I haven't seen a team drop there in a very, very long time. And again, I mean, yeah, I can understand why, though. It's literally one of the furthest points away from everything. And the loot isn't really the best, but hey, it's safe. That's about it. That's about all it has going for it. It's safe. And it's got vehicle spawns, so... But you're going to need a lot more than that to win a game of PUBG Mobile here, so...
That is the case. Quite literally the case. We are seeing... I did notice, you know, we had that other hot drop, right, where SLB and Boars just kind of hot dropped that position, I think, to get a vehicle. Unfortunately, SLB going to be coming out kind of the losers in that one. They lost 2. That's a tough start to their 3rd game of the day. Not really what you want to be seeing, right? But yeah, it's a weird plays from them. I kind of want to say that we didn't see that much from SLB in the first day of their qualifiers either, and maybe this is kind of a trend and we'll see more from them tomorrow. But like we were talking about before the game, right, you got to be real careful that you don't only have 5 points after 3 games, because Galatasaray is going to have, you know, 40 points probably. BigBaby going to have 35 or so. Same for Vim as well. So, like, the gap is really starting to go up. A 10th place and down really need to start making up some of those points that they've lost in the first 2 games here.
And right now, Galatasaray, they haven't really taken the fight with 4M. They've managed to both leave unscathed, which, you know what, they will happily take. And not bad for them for now, but I mean, I am curious as to what Toffee is going to try and do here, because I want to look at the map and see what the situation is location-wise for all these teams. And it's just Galatasaray, I want to say. Yeah, they dipped away from Pochinki a little bit, but they're still around it. They don't need to go that far. MT in Majorka Team holding on to that gas station just southwest of Yasnaya. Not a bad position to hold on to for now. And close enough to them is BigBaby Esports, which they had taken a couple of shots at. VIM though, VIM dropping to military base, and you got a couple of them scouting out Novo at the moment, as they still haven't made their way into the zone just yet. But it's still the very first one, so no stress. No stress at all. We still have 05 in Primorsk, Yikes in Quarry and Observatory. Beg now leaving the likes of Zarki, SLB. We have Purple and Elena, because they lost Mel and Sela at the start to Boars. And they are making their way to Lipovka from the north side. No. They're just getting another vehicle and then making their way away. I was going to say, do you want to get closer to Boars right now? Are you sure that's a smart idea as a duo?
You sure you want to go for round 2 there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
I don't know about that indeed, as we're going to be looking over to them just getting out of zone. Just get out of the blue zone. That's really in your best interest here. In fact, a lot of teams actually still in the blue. SLB, Boars, 05, and Vim. All 4 of those do need to move on in. Vim's still on the island. Like, they're really taking their time with this 05 as well. Got a 2-2 split, Primorsk and just inside zone as well, up against Yikes Awe. Gotta be a little bit careful of that one. We'll be seeing if there's gonna be any clash there. I doubt it this early in. They're probably gonna try and avoid that a little bit, at least until we know where that zone is gonna be going into. 1,400 meters away, though, from Vim as the zone. Okay. Alright, the zone has shifted down to the south side, so we do have that cliff, that river area in. There's a tiny bit of island in there as well. And Yikes Awe going to be taking up a stellar compound. I love this choice from them. This is a really, really strong compound to have. It's going to really gatekeep 05 a little bit here. Got to make sure those teams from the north side, from Rostock, from school, from Pochinki, make sure that they can't really go past without Yikes Awe having at least a little bit of a say in it, and I'm really liking this play from them. 23 points on the board so far, and I think that's about to be a whole lot more after this.
A whole lot more indeed. As VIM are still looting in the south side in Novo and Millie base. Did you not get a decent amount of loot? Would be kind of crazy. It's been 10 minutes of no fighting and nothing else really. Just getting yourself looted and situated. And with the zone shifting towards that southern side, it's just even less pressure on the shoulders and the backs of VIM, as they already have XN scouting. And they do have a little bit of the zone on the military island, so they can swim if they want to. But zone 3 onwards, boatating or swim-tating. I don't know what we're calling swimming to rotate. We'll think of something.
Swim-tate? Yeah, I think it's swim-tate, to be fair. I have heard that word before.
Okay, so it's not just me making up nonsense
I
right now.
don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's other
Thanks for
people
backing me up,
also
Chief.
being nonsensical. You know, we're all in this together. It's like the song.
Plus, you know what? All words are made up anyways, so.
True. They're just crazy sounds that we've associated concepts to.
That is very true, but let's not get philosophical and existential.
Wow.
Let's just focus on the game and people being run over, it seems. We got vehicle and limbs coming out. We got Majorka Team swinging and taking the fight to Boars, but it's now done down to Amaya and Jalavaya, and they're all on the top of that hill. Is there going to be a revive? Is there going to be more damage onto Polia? No, there isn't. And Amaya thinking, okay, I have got to move. Jalavaya going to be coming in from the back as well, but Jalavaya is a little bit late as the other player will get knocked down. Then now it's a 1v2. Matesha gets finished. 1v2 scenario. Jalavaya with the clutch. They lined up, sprayed down, and Boars will stay alive. Instantly going to get the revive onto Amaya, as she is the one with the lower health bar. And Boars might be able to go back to 3 players if the revive is done in quick fashion. But 7 eliminations, losing only 1 member. Great start to this team as they wipe out a team from the game. And we are down to 15 squads, only 12 minutes in. That's crazy that only 1 team has been eliminated for now. But that's kind of what you can expect. And also looking towards the zone, I believe Vincere Mortem have decided to rotate from the eastern bridge, which is again through the blue zone. But I like that idea because you have to know 100% that the western bridge has to be filled with squads, or at least taken by someone or something. So you can't really be making a rotation there. So they do make it to the south of Farm, where currently Highborn is waiting for them. But let's have a look at BigBaby, as they are thinking about playing on the coast, knowing that no teams are going to be playing on the military island. They will find themselves a nice little nook, and they will chill there until they can't chill anymore.
I really like actually fast 2-2 split. That's a really interesting choice that they've made. They were able to get a lot of eliminations in that first game. Not really any, I don't think, in the second one. But that Rondo has given them a little bit of a buffer to really be able to play a little bit more, you know, outside the box than perhaps we are used to typically here. Dreamers are right behind them. They're going to have to be careful of that. BigBaby right in front of them as well, so they're a little bit pinched, not in terms of immediate danger, but if they're going to try and move, that is going to start to be a little bit of a problem. But I do like the 2-2 split. It's giving them a lot of information. It's making sure that teams know that they can't come through there. It's a very strong defense coming through from them as well. So I do quite like that. We'll see if that's going to be able to help them any as we move through the next couple of moments here. Stage 3 is going to be done, dusted, ready to go in 30 seconds as Vincere Mortem, Pinky, getting chased down by the Boars. This isn't very good for Vincere at all. The winners of the last game, 28 points on the board for them.
Yeah, but there is backup. Pinky is trying to lead them like lambs to the slaughter, as 3 of them are waiting for Boars to follow up, but they know what's going on. They know what's happening. They're not going to be falling for that trap. The thing is, they have to go inside the zone somewhere. And with the zone shifting away from them, it is going to be a little bit difficult for them to make it to the next one. Vim only 1 elimination so far. They have Fast and they have Boars just rotating around them and making it to the zone. And now Vim themselves have to rotate and move. Meanwhile, the squads that are very happy are going to be 05 and BigBaby, the squads that are playing on the south side of the map. And by the way, right now it's 50-50. It's 50% water, 50% land, and we got 15 teams, 15 minutes into this game. It's going to be a bonkers end. Let's see what happens. Amaya driving right in front of one of the members of DMS, and Boars, yep, just going to get picked clean. They get 8 eliminations, but hey, it's better than a 0-point game. And surprisingly, Galatasaray with 0 eliminations for now. That will not last much longer. This team loves to fight. Also, wait a minute. Speaking of fighting, BigBaby, Mooney's just waiting. We got Liot coming in. They both swing, and it is a trade. Liot goes down. Mooney picks it up. And BigBaby Esports will continue. They may have lost Farzita and Karmi, but they will continue. And now, with this being the best place to hide out in for the zone, everyone is going to be rushing to these buildings. We already have 05, we have Bag, we have SLB, we have BigBaby, and I believe we also have 4M as well as 05 monsters. That is at least 6 squads in these compounds. It is going to get bloody and fast.
It really, really is. This is not over, nor will it be any time soon. A lot of these teams just gonna continue to full send into this compound. I mean, it's a very strong position to be in. I mean, if you can win out against everybody else here, you basically win the game, right? So many compounds for you to choose from, so many vantage points. There we go. XQ able to grab another player there, and that's gonna be Beg going on out. 3 eliminations is what they're going to have to be satisfied with. Boars with 8 as well. Boars not doing too badly. They're just keeping up the pace, right? 22 points, just keeping themselves still in the conversation, ready for tomorrow as we get closer and closer to the halfway points. Galatasaray, hang on, down to a duo they go. Tofi gets knocked out completely, so down to a solo. Miracle, Victoria, Mikasa is going to go on down as well. I mean, everybody's just falling very, very quickly here. BigBaby, in the meantime, with those 3 eliminations, have just weaseled their way into that first place. You know, that win being the tiebreaker there. So 30 points for both BigBaby and Galatasaray. 29 for Vincere. Very, very close indeed. So, not too far at all. And, you know, even for Boars, even for 05, right, it's just a couple of points, 10 or 12 points away from that first place. So, really good work to just hold the line, be consistent, not go too crazy, but still be in the conversation.
It's not the same top-heavy kind of leaderboard that we've seen in yesterday, or rather in the previous stages games. It is a little bit closer, and I mean, look at that. 2-3 games in, we already have a couple of teams on 30 points. 4th in 25, 5th with 23, 6th in 22, so it's very, very close on the top half. But let's see how it's going to wrap up. 10 teams left, 18 minutes into this game, and again, the zone is still somehow 50-50. Which is honestly bonkers. 50% water, even... actually, I would say like 55 water. And the thing is, with the 6 tiny little buildings or 8 little buildings on that land, it's just going to be people playing on the cliff, hiding behind cars, and definitely not surviving for that long, because it is ridiculous right now with the way that this one has been torturing these 4 players. But let's see what's going to happen. Who's out on
This is going to be a really tough entry point for the Wildcats. Like, they're all grouping up on this one position. They are still not in zone. Just 24 meters to go. TPES going to definitely be trying to look at them as much as possible. That's why Oiku is trying to do what she can here. And actually, TPES have their own things to worry about. They're getting a little bit pincered here, as HB on the north side also looking their direction. Melzy trying to look forward, though. The rest of her team have got her back. She can kind of expose it a little bit. Oh, but she can't expose her side. XQ having a really good angle there. Might just try and take a shot if she can. As Bot's going to just go ahead and heal on out. I think that's going to be a deny as soon as possible. And that is really the best point going forward here. Down to a solo they are, and they're actually in 16th place. I did not expect to see TPES still on only 4 points, and that is just going to be them kind of going out here. Pretty sure that they will be going out fairly soon here as Vim also go out. So BigBaby have a big opportunity here, even as a duo, Sandstorm, to take that lead by quite a bit.
Yeah, that they do. Let's see if they manage to do that. Fast Esports with the 4 eliminations, BigBaby with 3, but they are only a duo. There's only so much that they can do there. Yikes Awe, again, pleasantly surprised with their performance. And quick little spray down from XQ. A lot of damage onto the members from Wildcats, but not enough to get any knocks on them just yet. Fireshine finally able to take out that last member of TPES and knock the team out. TPES currently sitting in 16th place, 4 points only, in 3 games. At this point, it's kind of hard to think about how their chances are when we look at the fight for that #1 spot. I think Fast and Yikes are going to get closer and closer with their points, and we're just going to have a ridiculously close leaderboard, which is exactly what the doctor ordered for these finals. That's what we're looking for, and right now I'm looking for something from 4M. They've been there for a while. They are 3 players. Can they hold down the fort here? Because this is only the first of many challengers. And again, the zone just hasn't been helpful to a lot of people so far in this game.
It really hasn't. This is a tough zone on all accounts coming on through here. The water continues to be a factor. It's just pushing these teams further and further into places they do not want to be. That's going to be a real challenge as these teams try anything just to move forward. It does give some teams a really good boost, though. Wildcats, for instance, up to 6 eliminations. They had 4 points going into this game, and now they've doubled that, moving in with 10 now. And they're still going forward. They still got a full squad. Oh, but maybe not for long. Highborn look to be pushing their direction. And that could be a little bit of an issue here, but not for now. Purple from SLB going to be taking out 4M here. Mikasa goes down. Victoria goes down. Double nade from Melzy. Oh, my goodness. That's going to be a big one coming on through. And, of course, Selibon want to third-party this.
Let's see if they do manage to third-party it. Wildcats trying to get the revive going, but the nade might put a stop to that. Nope, not close enough. It's in a different room. BigBaby suffering at the hands of Fast Esports, who are just racking up those points one by one, getting closer to the top of the leaderboard. BigBaby just got to hold on for placement points to, I want to say, remain in the fight for that #1 spot. Things calm down again. At
this point, it's just a waiting game, right? That zone has to move in. We have to see where it's going to go. And for a lot of these teams, they're really just looking to see who's going to make the first move. I mean, Wildcats somehow miraculously have made it into this building. They are in zone 4 now for the moment. And really, they're going to want to see who's going to make that first move. You got to be careful, though. XQ know exactly where you are. There we go. Margot is going to be the one to take out Melzy there. And I don't think they really realized that 05 was over there. That's going to be Melzy going down. A little bit of a threat there, but should get rezzed up pretty quickly unless 05 try to do something here, which I think they are. Got to be very careful indeed how you play this one out. Everybody's looking at you. All the angles are covered. And you have to just play very, very, very carefully. On the flip side, though, Fast Esports, big chilling on the eastern side. Again, we're having one of those situations where everybody's cornered into one little portion of the zone, and the one team who's just on the other side not looking at any of this is this time going to be Fast. Full squad over on the cliff side just watching all this happen.
Yeah, but Koku's not watching by. She's going for those eliminations, and right now, Wildcats, this is the best that we've seen from them this entire competition so far. 4 still alive, 9 eliminations, and this looks like this could be their opportunity to jump up in the leaderboards. Let's see what they're going to be capable of, as Elena and Purple, who have been a duo from the beginning of this game due to them losing Mel and Sela to the Boars. We just wait for it. Meanwhile, BigBaby with Liot as their last member. Wait, hold on. Hey, yo.
Ooh, helping her up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say again. I love seeing the teamwork there. This just gives them so much more information. If only they can do that on the next house, though, the one that SLB is on, that would be insane. But they need to control that house as well. They need to get the eliminations before. Now, IW going for the fight for M. Okay, look at how many swung together as well, not leaving it to just be a 1v1. Knowing that at this moment in time, it is very important to stay as well at full strength, because it is fast, it is Yikes, it is Wildcats that are all full squads. Then you got the duo in SLB right in front of Denizbank Wildcats, and then you got BigBaby in Liot, who's just somehow surviving this long and just securing very precious placement points for her partners.
Sure is. I mean, that every little helps, right? Into the top 5 they go. The 2 teams below BigBaby are out. Fast is fast approaching with 27 points, but still, if BigBaby can just get like a top 2, that's gonna really put them ahead of those teams directly below them. That's gonna be really good for them. So that's a really nice incentive to just be very quiet and let other teams fight around you here, as the nades are going to be thrown left, right, and center. And surely this utility is going to be, you know, leaving at some point. It's going to be done at some point. All of these teams, they've been throwing so many for so long. Fast gets spotted out there. Not going to get taken out. Oh, maybe. Hang on.
Okay,
whoa,
Big Bam.
Big Bam.
Yo.
Hang on!
That was crazy. That was crazy. Did she just manage to knock 3 members from Fast Esports? And the thing is, you have to capitalize on this. You have to get the eliminations, or you at least have to just move into a better position. And that's what Yikes are trying to do right now. Fast suffer a very bad loss, as they are no longer at full strength compared to Wildcats and Yikes Awe. BigBaby still. Liot is the only member that's alive, and she's still a thorn in these teams' backs. But for how much longer? Okay, she takes a 1v1. She goes down to 1 tap finally. It only took 3 players to, I want to say, attack SWAT style to get the elimination. And now, Wildcats, you got Koku, who's just playing a little bit wide, and then you got the squad trying to get a better position. And yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. I want to say just a better POV by being on top of the house might give you the advantage that you're looking for, because now Fast looks like they could be exposed if Koku was to move a little bit further. She is going to be the key to victory for the Wildcats in this game.
She is indeed. I don't know how the Wildcats even managed to do this, as O'Daddy goes down. Ooh, the double knock coming on through there. Very nicely done indeed. Yeah, I don't know how the Wildcats even managed to have as much control as they have here. They were on a rock, but no longer. 12 eliminations to their name, and now here we have it. The trio. Yikes Awe, Fast still as a trio, and Wildcats as a full squad. Yikes Awe also as a full squad, but looking a little worse for wear. There we go. Down goes 1 to the play zone. So not looking too good. And now Fast is going to try and do something here. Stage 9 is set. We are moving inwards here. 1 tap does go down. Melzy able to finish 1, knock another, finish 1 more. So that's actually Yikes Awe going down to a duo there. Fast actually just being kept safe from all of those hits there by this giant rock that they've got in control here, but that nade should be pretty good onto Oiku there. That should be a hit. does do a lot of damage, but not quite enough. The nade from O'Daddy, though, does hit Missy. That's going to be her going on down. That's a little bit of a delay coming through here in a time where they really need to move in, where the Wildcats are on the very edge.
Oh! Fireshine, though, just letting it rip, and she manages to get another knock, and Yikes, along with all the fans watching, thinking, no, my prediction! Now it is down to Bim Bam, and she will, oh wait, hold on, she's not gonna go down just yet, as Denizbank Wildcats are trying to focus on to Fast Esports. Because it is going to be a 3v3v1. Bim Bam still the last member of her squad. Now Koku's location is no longer secret. At least we'll be able to get the knock. And again, it's just the distraction. The distraction that Bim Bam has been might be the reason that Fast win this game. Koku going for the push. It is now a 2v2. Ooh. She goes down. Dami and Elisa against Fireshine. You got an M249, but there's only so much you can do in a 1v2. And it is going to be Fast Esports who went from a 0-point game in the previous one to a chicken dinner in this one. And they make up for it, and this is exactly the kind of result that we're looking for. Fast Esports started off with an incredible amount of eliminations in the first game, didn't really have the best in the second game, but third game, they are back with a vengeance and that juicy chicken dinner.
Yeah, very nice to see that coming on through from them. While we break down all those points and get them ready onto Tidy Little Grass for you guys, we are going to be going to a quick break, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are past the halfway point of day number 1. We got one more Erangel and then 2 Miramars coming on through here. Yep, that
2
is
Miramars.
what
Just,
we're doing
again,
here.
her math. Don't trust her math. Her math is off. It's 1.
I said 1 Erangel and 2 Miramars. It's 3 games. That's math.
Your math ain't mathin', but apparently the math from the circle is mathin'.
Okay. Anyway, Miramar gonna be coming on.
I swear to God, that I felt that eye roll.
Excellent. We're off to a great start here for the second half of day numero uno. Yeah, we had Fast win a big ol' win coming on through there. Just big chillin', honestly, on the other side of the zone, waiting for all those teams to just come to them. And it really did work, boosted them a lot up the leaderboard. They hadn't been having the best of days leading up to that. I think they had a pretty good run through on Rondo, but then that last Erangel, not so good. But now we're going to be going over to our MVP, as it is going to be Alisa coming on in 7 eliminations, nearly 1,000 damage, Sandstorm.
Yeah, very, very good numbers for herself and for the team, for Fast Esports. A very nice chicken dinner with a good amount of eliminations. And the consistency for this roster continues to show when it matters the most, which is right here, right now in these finals. That is the goal for every single one of these players, to try and see what they can do in this competition so far. And things seem to be just heating up in this lobby. Bit by bit. Yeah, but now we see the statistics, and again, it is Melita this time with the longest LM, 369 meters, almost 10k covered by Kuko from the side of Wildcats, and the team that was able to get to a very decent position towards the end game. Unfortunately, not able to get the eliminations, but this time we're starting off with the second page of the match ranking. Nope.
Or the first page of the match ranking.
the production's just trying to see if we're awake. We're awake.
Yeah,
we're live.
We're awake.
We're here.
Yeah.
We're focused. We see you.
Definitely. Yep. We're going to be moving over. The Wildcats grabbing 23 points. That is a big Erangel game, right? You don't get that much bigger than that. 17 eliminations coming on through there. Fast, of course, grabbing 20 points for themselves with that win. But yeah, the Wildcats coming in clutch there. We hadn't seen much from them at all in the last couple of games, but they were really able to flip the switch and just really come in guns blazing, quite literally there. In fact, so much guns blazing that Wildcats 23 points, Fast 20, Yikes 9. So we only have 2 teams with double-digit elims. Everybody else has to be content with 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 4. So really not a whole lot of those eliminations being passed around and shared with the class. It's only 2 teams that are really getting anything there. And Galatasaray have to take the goose egg on this one.
Yeah, that they do. And it is the first time, I think, that we've seen them with 0 points in a game. Throughout this entire competition. I don't think that, because the majority of the time they've been, I think the first day that they showed up, or the second day they showed up, they had 5 out of 6 games where they ended up in the top 5. The last one they managed to get top 6 or 7, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, for the first time in the competition, Fast Esports leads the way. BigBaby in second and Yikes in third. Not gonna lie, not the teams that I expected to see at the top of the leaderboard. I was thinking it's Vincere, Galatasaray, and Boars, but we have other competitors. We have other teams that are here to play and here to make a name for themselves.
We sure do, and actually it's by a little bit of a gap, right? I mean, 41 to 34 was that 7-point difference coming on through there. So that's a little bit, I mean, as far as these games go, as far as these teams playing go, I do feel like 7 is quite a lot. We've seen them be a lot closer. So that gap being 7 points, obviously one game, the next game could change everything. But for now, things are starting to look pretty good. Going over to the second page, though, little bit less of a good thing. For Miracle somehow weaseled their way out of the hot drop Pachinki in Pachinki, right? I think Galatasaray got tired of waiting for them and turned their attention elsewhere. But for Miracle, really just not being able to put up the points, and I wonder why. It's a real mystery.
Yeah, that it is. But you know what isn't a mystery anymore? It's what the predictions are and what the circle has
Let's
chosen.
do it.
Yes, ma'am. So, I got Majorka Team. So, I'm curious to see what they're going to do, considering their drop is usually Severny and no one's around them for a while. You have gotten Boars Gaming. So, another good, strong team, another good prediction.
Okay.
It's Into the Zone Esports for our lovely viewers at home. But of course, don't worry. You can show your support by letting us know who you think is going to win this this game. And of course, just in general, who you're supporting in this competition. And last but not least, production. Again, no choice. You just get what you get. And what you got is TPES Esports. Okay, that's your choice. That's what's happening. Unfortunately, you got stuck with a team that's currently sitting in 16th place in the overall ranking. Not doing the best, but hey, yeah, I'm just saying anything can happen. And this is one of the most beautiful things about these kinds of competitions and about PUBG Mobile. Anything can happen in any game. Any team is capable of surprising us with one heck of a performance, and they can just skyrocket themselves to the top of the leaderboard as long as it's done on the first day. You know, when teams are still close to each other. Because outside of that, it becomes increasingly more difficult to achieve.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, look at who's at the top of the leaderboards now. 41 points. Versus whatever we saw at the bottom of the leaderboard, what, 4 or 5 points, something like that. That is a massive game that you'd have to get to do it in one game. You're really more realistically talking about 2 or 3 games to really catch up, and Fast would have to not have such a good lead, or have such a good game to maintain that lead, rather, right? So that's kind of what you're looking at already, is in just 3 games, we are really starting to see that these teams at the bottom, I don't really know how they're supposed to do it. I don't think even now, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I don't think the win is really looking good for them now. Like, already.
I mean, look, it really isn't, but I want to say you still have a chance in turning things around at this point in time. But by the end of day 1, I think we can already start kind of knocking teams out from contention for that #1 spot, and we can kind of get a clearer idea of who's the one that are, or who are the ones that are going to be in contention for the lion's share of the $7,000. That's what we're looking out for.
Yep.
But you know what? I was looking at Galatasaray's lineup in the previous competitions to see like what are the difference in the players that they had. So Hilal was there, Toffee was there, Carly was still there in the previous ones. They had previously Euphoria and Zero, I believe. So those were the players that were there, and a lot of them had like the same tag in diff. So it was Hilal, Zero, Sima, and Carly. But this time around, slight differences. But hey, you can still see that the core of the team is still the same, and the results have not changed. This lineup is still incredibly strong.
They're so strong, and they dominate every single time. You give them a good match, and they run with it. I'm always so impressed by this team. But I tell you what, this season, we have some real contenders as well. Every single team is really good. Boars are looking very good as well. I really like how quiet they've been, actually, in day 1. They're just keeping enough points to be consistent, to build momentum, to build a foundation to really work with tomorrow. They're always in that top, in the placement points, for instance. They're always there. They're just not having these massive games, and I don't know if that's because they're always on the edge because the zone is hard shifting away from them all the time or what, but they are still managing to maintain those just few points at a time, back forward and forward and forward and forward, and it's keeping them in that top 6 consistently. So very happy with how Boars are playing. It's not the crazy game we might want to see from them, but I think that should be coming tomorrow.
Yeah, I definitely can't wait to see that. But I mean, so far from the side of Galatasaray, we have seen consistent games with high amounts of eliminations. Yes, they've had one game where they didn't really do their best, but that's the one. I want to say like that's the one bad game out of their way right now. I don't think that they're going to be showing us another bad game from their side. There's no way they're going to have another 0-point game. I don't think that's possible for this kind of lineup. And right now, every single one of the teams is already in the plane, seat belts fastened, ready to take off, and we are going to get ourselves into the 4th game and the final Erangel of the day. Now's the time to show your support before the teams get locked in.
It is indeed. I'm seeing a lot of dreamers coming on in here. A lot of dreamers support BigBaby. Those are the two big ones coming on in here. And we love to see that. There we go. Lots of different people coming on in and saying, hey, what's up? I like this team. I like that team. It's always fun to see that. So we are going to be readied up in just a minute here. Sandstorm, do you have any zone predictions potentially here?
Military base, military base, military base, military base.
Military
It's not really a prediction, it's a want. I want to see it. Because and the thing is, like, you know, you kind of called it out before we started the competition today, before we started any of the games. You wanted to see a military base zone, you want to see 50-50 with the water. We got to see a little bit of that in the previous game. Towards the end, I think it was like zones 3, 4 and onwards, it was a lot of water and a lot of teams were unsure of where to go, where to play, where to camp, where to position themselves. But all those questions were answered and we got to see how they were able to do that. But now we are up in the air. Neptura, game number 4. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. A very nice plane zone, plane path actually, going straight down the middle. Actually, I've not really seen that direction and placement in a very long time. Love to see it though. Moving on through, as SLB actually going to not be going for that Yaz approach. They're going to be going down to the south. Are they going Novo? Please tell me you're not going Novo. Vim go Novo generally, or that area thereabouts. So this could be a hot drop on our hands. We'll see how that goes. Vim might try and take Millie base instead if they see that happening. So we'll see. But SLB definitely going for Novo. Yeah, Vim are moving forward into Millie base. Do we have that hot drop on Pachinki? Hard to tell. Lot of teams dropping down pretty quickly here. Galatasaray 4M. Yep, both of them dropping at the same time. Although Galatasaray look to maybe not be going Pachinki? No.
Okay, that's interesting.
Wait.
Where are they going instead?
Ruins.
Huh.
Sorry. 4M have not successfully ousted Galatasaray, except for maybe like once. And Galatasaray are going to just give them Pachinki? They're like, we can't be bothered?
I mean, it seems that way. Seems to be the play. Looks like they're weighing the pros and cons of getting stuck with a team in a location, and they just want to get the fight going. Yes, it went their way the first time around, but they just don't want to. They don't want to waste time. They didn't like how that last game ended, because first game on Erangel, they were able to finish the fight, get 4 eliminations, didn't lose a single member, just kept going. Second game, didn't go for the fight, didn't get I want to say maybe the same level of loot, didn't have the same amount of time to gather information and rotate, and they weren't quick enough in getting into a decent position in the zone. So it didn't really work out that well for them. But this time around, they seem to be changing it up. And like you said, they went to Ruins, Boatyard as well. So it's a pretty wide split for that roster.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I'm still flabbergasted by Galatasaray just giving up Pachinki like that. I am. Okay.
I mean, let's see what the repercussions of that decision will be. Considering, I mean, look, we did ask for a military base zone. We didn't get a military base zone, but we got a zone that's close enough. The second shift might tell us a little bit more. But for now, I want to see what's going to happen with the likes of BigBaby as they leave. I want to say Shelter is where they are currently looting, and close enough to them are Boars, another team that we are going to be keeping our eyes on for this game, because they haven't really shown us what they're capable of just yet in this lobby. Vincere Mortem have with the chicken dinner that they got. I mean, heck, Yikes and BigBaby with their consistency. This is our 4th game, and they've been averaging basically 10+ points in the previous games. Let's see if that average will continue. Fast is the one that's going for around the 13-point average so far. A lot of eliminations to their name as well. So far, so good. And again, I just have to say it again. I am loving the differences that we're seeing in the levels of play from these teams and the changes in their performance. It's very nice to see. That just means that this is going to be a very, very highly contested lobby.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's lots of different play styles, lots of different tactics we're seeing being used against all the different teams. It's not just all one thing that all the teams are using. So that's going to make it really interesting to watch as, ooh, actually 05 and Yikes Awe, they might be a little bit too close for comfort here. I mean, not Odaddy, she's off on her own here slightly. A little bit split away from the rest of her team, but those two teams seem to be pretty much on top of each other. Right in between Fast and actually Highborn as well. So gonna just try and keep an eye on that, make sure nobody goes out too early here as the zone has gone to the south. As we saw, a large majority of that zone is going to be that island as well. And here is where the shots start to come on through, but it's going to be BigBaby onto one tap. They saw Liot. Oh, and one tap does get Liot in the end. She just adjusts her position, make sure she can't get there partied. And that's going to be Liot going on down. That's against BigBaby as well. That's a big loss coming in there. And I think she's going to be flushed away, potentially here. I don't think they're going to be able to pick her up. So that could be an issue coming on through there. And one tap, really good job just defending her spot, making sure that nobody comes too close to her position, because they are kind of split, right? Yikes Awe, a little bit split around this farm area, so she really needs to make sure she can hold her own and stop teams from coming too close.
Yeah, can't allow them to get close. That would be quite dangerous. But looking towards the rest of the zone and what's happening in the rest of the game at the moment. Vincere Mortem still in military base. Still early days for them, and again, they don't really have to move. They don't have to make a decision on where they want to end up just yet. They can just camp out that eastern bridge for now, as the zone is still giving them all the time in the world. SLB will be moving out of Novo, but I don't know if they're going to be making the decision to cross instantly or if they're going to be changing things up and waiting. Maybe trying to make a flank play on Vincere. That might be a good idea for them to give it a try. Kind of surprised the enemy, but I'm not sure they're going to be making some like that kind of decision this early on. SLB needs to do a little bit better. Their consistency was very nice to see in the semifinals. Not present at all right now.
Do BigBaby realize? I think they realized that Highborn are up here. They had to have heard those vehicles coming on through, but this is a very good position from Highborn here. This effectively means that BigBaby can no longer move, and they're a trio right now. Liot is about to bleed out, and that's going to really put them in the stalemate position, right? Highborn could push here, especially with that overhead. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be the push coming on through here, and BigBaby unable to do anything. Oh, but a nice bounce on the nade. Just means that Nirvana goes down very, very low. Uzi out front and center. Gonna try and get the heal, but no, she can't. They're just annoying her a little bit too much. She can't get that heal going.
Nope, she
Nirvana
cannot.
with the AK. No, down she goes. That is it. Pateshka is gonna be the last person.
Oh!
Not the last person. It's Danella. Hello, Amaya coming in from the Boars. Gonna try and do something about this, and Danella is the last person standing. Boars now moving in for the kill.
Yeah, the support from Boars is ridiculous. Danella not able to join the rest of her lineup, and the third party potential is present for the Boars to get in, claim the lives of the players from Highborn, and then maybe even move on to BigBaby. Molly instantly, just to make sure that they do not lose this fight. Yes, they lost one member in Jalavaya getting knocked down, but they haven't lost her completely. The revive will be there. Second elimination for Amaya and the Boars, and they will continue on. It is going to be a 3v3 between them and BigBaby, but I don't think Boars are going to be making the move just yet.
Oh, and that's a hard shift. Here we go. Over to Primorsk, over to Ferry Pier, which makes BigBaby and Boars' fight all the more just tense, I guess would be the word coming in for that. But I think Boars might just try to disengage from this. They do not want to prolong this fight any longer. They have a long road ahead of them. I would think potentially No, I mean, even where do you go from here? Because you can't really go into the north through Gatka, because you'll have MT, Beg, Dreamers, all of them right there. You can't go onto the eastern bridge. That saves you, you know, the busyness. It's going to take you out of the traffic, but where do you go from there? There's a whole coastline there and a bridge that will be definitely looked at. So Boars now have a very tough road ahead of them. So good for them to disengage really early, start thinking about the next plan forward. Carly, though, might not be in the game for much longer. The Wildcats are right there. Oh, that's the worst timing for a crash. But the Wildcats are not going to be looking. They're not going to be looking at all. Instead, it's going to be Galatasaray looking forward to YKS, to the Wildcats. Wildcats trying to grab this high place position. 4M joining the fight as well. The Galatasaray and 4M curse lives on, continuing to bump into each other here, but Galatasaray looks like they do take control of this big hilltop up here. Could be very good for them as they push the Wildcats and 4M together, leaving space for themselves. A nice play coming in from Galatasaray.
Yeah, very nice play indeed, and looking towards the minimap a little bit, trying to let you all know exactly what's going on and who's trying to position where exactly. We look and we see Vim have crossed the bridge and decided to finally join the fights on the mainland towards the north side of the zone. Just outside of it, we have Dreamers and Majorka Team clashing. TPES getting knocked down once or twice. It is going to be them losing Leah and Sela. And then Wildcats, again, just applying a little bit more pressure towards the middle. I want to say like top middle of the zone currently. Top, I want to say like TPES have got to do something in this game. Otherwise, it's just going to become a massive, massive gap between them and literally everyone they're trying to compete with. And again, reminder, the higher that you go in the leaderboard, the more prize you get from the prize pool. But obviously, the goal is number 1, nothing less.
Nothing less. Name of the game. Or Nades. Name of the game. They are the name of the Wildcats game. My goodness me. Coming on through there, finishing up that player. Leah, gonna go on down straight to it. TPES having just a rough time. They have one more point. That's gonna put them up to 5 on the 4th game of the day. Sila goes on down as well. The Wildcats just having that high ground advantage is not looking too good whatsoever. The Wildcats now just gonna completely surround them. Oh no, TPES. We know how well you can do. Just what is going on today? I don't know, but it's not good. It's nothing good, except, wait a second, the AKM gonna do its work there. Melzy might just go on down, but Molly gets spotted through the window.
Ooh.
Oh, nice sprays, but is it enough?
Is it enough? Indeed, it doesn't seem like it is. TPS will continue trying to fight as much as they can. The zone, we have had a quarry zone before, but look at that, Primorsk, no one is there. Ferry Pier will be seeing 05 on the very western side of it, as Vincere Mortem seem to be going directly to the beach and just going to be held, I want to say holding on there. SLB hold on to Ferry Pier, Fast just north of that on a tiny little hill, and then the rest of the server in the top half of this zone. Galatasaray have the factory right next to Quarry, and Quarry is going to be under the control of Yikes Awe into the zone just east of the position that Galatasaray has at the moment. But we're looking right now at the very north side in Majorka, TPES, Boars, and 4 Miracle Goddess. Those are the teams currently on the northern side, and the teams that need to be putting in a little bit more work. Majorka decide, you know what? We don't want to be here anymore. We don't want to have to take care of these fights. We want to play for the zone, and we want to play for more points. That's exactly what they're going to do. Just dodge that fight completely.
Good for them. Fights at this stage in the game, not ones you really want to be going for, right? You're out in the blue. The blue's coming in. You're getting a lot of pressure from that blue zone. There's a lot of teams all fighting. And if you can't clear up a team quickly, then you need to make sure you can move on as well. You need an escape route. I mean, there is an old team called Game Lord that used to do this thing. If they could not finish up a fight in 90 seconds, they disengaged and moved on. They were just ready to leave at any time. They really prioritized being able to get out of a position cleanly, but that's not going to be BigBaby. Unfortunately, they tried to do just that and got taken out anyway. So BigBaby with 4 points, they're going to have to be content with just that. There we go. ITZY now up against 4M. MT looking to move away from this. They're not going to third party that, but it doesn't matter. That fight is still going to be going on forward and back and forth. The trades are coming through here, Sandstorm.
Yes,
Back
ma'am.
and forth. Stella, oh, gets another one.
Yeah, the fights are non-stop at this point. All hell breaks loose as all these squads finally converge on each other for Miracle Goddess. What a turn! Now it's going to be down to a 1v1. Jump shot, a lot of damage. What can Stella do? She peeks again, a little bit more. DBS one pump out to do it, but now she has to reload. And it's just Mikasa with the jump shot. And again, 1v2, 1v3. She takes them all down.
Very nice indeed. And it's the MG3 that'll do it with her. Only 72 bullets though, and those go mighty fast on the MG3, so
they
gonna have to
fly.
be careful there. They really do fly.
Also,
yeah.
question, what are
Yeah.
Vim doing in Primorsk?
I don't know.
The zone shifted away, and Vim have decided, alright, let's go out of the zone. They're fighting Dreamers Esports, who have 2 players left, and it looks like those players are just going to maybe get eliminated by the zone. I'm not sure. And Vim are just on the hunt for more eliminations, but they are losing players to the play zone, which is not good. You don't want to have that. You don't want to lose players to the zone. You gotta play to the end game.
No, that's not good at all. I mean, they do move up, but yeah, that's gonna be the Dreamers.
Wait, they're
actually
gone!
taking them out. Yeah, they're gone. I think because they were trying to clear the back. They knew Dreamers or somebody was gonna be in Primorsk, and they did try to just clear that back end so that they can move forward undeterred. It's a good position to have if you're coming from Primorsk. However, Dreamers going down to that solo, and that solo saying, absolutely not. No, thank you.
Not today.
1 point. Not today. I mean, they only get 1 point out of that, unfortunately, so I'm not sure who took out the rest of Vim. But, you know, Dreamer's going to be able to hold on to that point and, you know, just hold on to 8 points total, 15th place. It's not the best start, not at all, but they're not too far away from, you know, one good game is going to really bump them up that leaderboard pretty quickly.
Yeah, still in the first day of the competition, first day of the finals here for the PMEWL. Everything on the leaderboard changes every single game, but tomorrow it becomes that much more difficult. Now, let's just get a quick reminder on the predictions that we had. Majorka Team was mine, Boars was yours, Into the Zone for the crowd, and TPES for production. Well, TPES is out, Into the Zone is also out. Boars have 1 player, and Majorka Team, would you look at that? All 4 of them are alive. They have 6 eliminations, and their position in the zone at the moment is the very north side of it. So let's see how that's going to work out for them.
Let's see, indeed, as we have just 13 seconds until that new zone pops up. Selibon looks like they're really set up for a beach finish, which it entirely could shift down to that side, and then we could have a real problem on our hands when it comes to all these teams fighting. Oh, it kind of does. It centers up a little bit more than probably SLB wanted, but there is still quite a bit of that beach in play. So that's the immediate full send for SLB, but Fast also looking to make moves, and suddenly 05 are like, oh my goodness me, 2 teams at once. What am I supposed to do? And Netkisses is nowhere to be seen.
They have to do their absolute best now with Fast Esports pulling up on them. And considering the 05 going up against Fast, it is going to be a 4v4, and both teams still have 0 points in this game. They will start getting placement points though once they start getting eliminated, as we are down to our top 8 teams in this lobby. SLB, Sela gets pushed and she goes down. Response from Alina for the trade. But I believe that the elimination was secured, so they will still lose one of their members.
tough shot coming on through there. But there's time. I mean, the good part for 05 here, right, is that because both teams descended upon them at the same time, it actually gives them a little bit of space to work with. Maybe not for Margot, but it gives them a little bit of space to work with because typically those two teams that push at the same time also clash with each other. So it does take the pressure off of you a little bit. However, unfortunately, for 05, that does not really seem to be the case here. Pixie next to be targeted here. SLB and Fast seem to have just like a handshake deal at this point. They're like, hey, let's get rid of 05 and then let's get rid of each other. How's that sound? And SLB were like, bet. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I bet.
So you take that deal, I'll take that deal. Right now.
Exactamundo.
Let's have a quick look at the overall leaderboard, as Galatasaray, Yikes, and Fast are the full squads. We got threes in Majorka Team and SLB, a duo in 05 and solos for Dreamers and for Miracle Goddess. Not gonna lie, I am surprised that DMS survived, only because there was a full roster of Vim, and Vincere don't really lose fights. But let's have a look at the fight going on right now. Galatasaray taking the fight to Majorka Team. They already have one person that's knocked down, so it's a 4v2. Nades start getting chucked in. QSC will be the next to go down, but there is a slight trade. But at the end of the day, it is Galatasaray who comes out on top. I said they were gonna have 0 points, but it's not gonna last that much longer. This is a team that loves to fight. This is a team that loves to win these competitions.
They do indeed. 4 eliminations. I mean, they really said, you dethroned us from the #1 position? How dare you? And they are coming for that crown now. Fast down to a trio, potentially here, if they don't get rezzed back up quickly. SLB still waiting in the wings. 05 still a duo, still waiting to do something up against Fast there on the south side. As the zone is going to continue to center up, move away from the beach entirely. So now the pressure's really on all of these teams on the south side to make a move and make it fast. But it's the beach. It's always the beach, and it's so open, so transparent, no cover at all. Catvane's going to have a real hard time moving in here, although nobody's really looking at her. She's still going to have a really tough time moving into that zone. And we'll see who is really going to come out on top here, as YKS and Galatasaray both looking at each other. Whoever wins that fight should win the game. That's what I'm thinking here, Sandstorm.
Okay. We'll see how that transpires. I think it's just going to be Galatasaray at this point. They're
yeah.
It's their fighting prowess is just too much for any other team to deal with right now. And if they make it this late into the game with a full squad, you could be thinking it's gonna be a chicken dinner for them. Well, we'll have to wait and see if the follow-up is there. Fast, keeping their eyes out on Mikasa. Mikasa, the last member of 4M, who was able to come out with a clutch for her team, get a decent bit of eliminations, which is huge at this point in the competition. Just want to make sure you get as much as you can here. Let's see, it's still trying to, yeah, it is going to be Hilal from Galatasaray, another free elimination. That's going to be the 5th one claimed for them.
Now the weight game.
Once again. Yeah, I was going to say, things calmed down for a second.
Yeah.
Because with this kind of split, no one's playing in the open. You got 2 teams on the north with Yikes and Galatasaray, and then you got the 4 teams, I guess, on the south. Catvanes being the sole survivor for Dreamers. Yikes getting caught out here by Galatasaray, and Yikes know that they got to move a little bit. But question is, can they move, and will they be allowed to by Galatasaray at the moment?
Oh, wait, hang on. Hold up a second. Look at the split Galatasaray have. Tofi on the outside there. They're doing the wraparound. They're really trying to hem in YKS in any way possible. Oh, it's the backstab. It's the 1. It's the 2. Can she get another one? She absolutely might. Yes, she does. Full squad wipe. Full squad wipe. Come on. Full squad wipe.
I mean, it's looking like
Full
it.
squad wipe for Tofi. There we go. Oh my goodness me. And that is why Galatasaray are so many champions of this tournament. Not reigning. Not the last ones. But definitely the most. They have won so many seasons of this, and for darn good reason. I mean,
they're just cracked.
YKS.
They're just good at that game, and they're showcasing that with that lovely flank from Toffee, she had an MVP in her name in the semifinals, and I'm pretty sure that move right there might just net her another one. 5 squads left, 25 minutes into this game. We have Cat Veins, who has to crawl her way to right behind 05 monsters. Not sure how long she's going to survive. She might be able to just 1-2 them real quick if they don't pay attention to their flank. Meanwhile, SLB, Selibon, might be applying a little bit of pressure there. Fast with the knock onto Toffee and actually gets the elimination. So now Galatasaray, the question for you then is, how do you get into the zone? How do you get into the fight here? Do you have enough smokes? Can you gamble and get in a car and just drive right in? But the question is where? You don't know which people are in which compounds. You don't know which places are open. Cat Veins getting caught out here. That's Mbappe trying to secure it. Just one more shot will do it. And no, it turns out more than one shot was going to be needed there.
Cat Veins using all of her 9 lives. Eventually she runs out of them. That's unfortunate. Down she will go. I mean, she gets a top 5 spot though, right? So she does get those placement points as well. Purple now really feeling the need to hurry this fight up because Galatasaray are in it to win it. They've got 10 eliminations. They did not like going out early last game. They are ready to go. They've got the nades. I mean, Hillel has 6 nades on her own. 5 eliminations to back all of those up. And the nades just keep pouring on through. Fast though, gotta watch out for Fast, man. They're, again, on the outside of this fight. They're a full squad. They're big chillin'. And they are just waiting for that right time. And last time doing that got them the win. So let's see if they're going to be able to bring out a back-to-back here.
Yeah, it might just be possible, but Galatasaray just racking up those eliminations. Can they get Pixie here in a 2v1? But it's actually a 1v1 right now. Pixie just gets shredded with that AUG. Now, 3 squads left. 12 eliminations for Galatasaray. Fast. They are playing out of their minds in today's game. What is this? This team is leading the pack, and they're looking to extend that lead. But it is against the very team that is chasing you right now. So this is more than just a win. This is a statement against a team that has been crowned champion 3 separate times in this competition. And they are on their way to a 4th, unless Fast have something to say about it. But it starts now with a fight against SLB. Couple of nades being thrown in, still no knocks, still no damage, and Galatasaray just waiting for the opportunity to third party. And look at that. Incy doesn't even have a helmet at this point. She only has a level 2 armor. So 1 headshot will do a ridiculous amount of damage. And SLB still trying to fight back and forth between this roster. A very aggressive push here. Knock from Sultan with the nade, gets the finish as well. 2v1 spray down. They managed to push him together, and SLB go down 1 by 1, and all of a sudden it's just 1 left. But remember, 1 player can do so much. Molly, I will never forget that 1v4 against the leaders of the pack in Vincere Mortem in the previous stage of the competition. Let's see if anyone else can channel that kind of energy. But right now, Galatasaray just using this calm to find the right time, because they will be at a disadvantage. It is going to be a 4v3 unless Purple does something.
Oh, Purple can't do much. Purple can't do much at all. Dammy is gonna go absolutely not. Down you go. 3rd place for you. And again, man, it's Fast versus Galatasaray. Fast trying to get the back-to-back chicken dinner here, but Galatasaray, a formidable foe. 12 eliminations at the back of them. An excellent springboard for this victory. Fast, I'm not sure how many points they have. I don't know how many elims they have. 5, okay. So not as much.
If they eliminate Galatasaray without losing a single player, they will have more total points. They'll have more total points, but only by 1, if my maths is correct.
Okay.
Which it usually is, unlike yours. Don't know why I did that, but you know, there you go. You're thrown under the bus.
Thank you. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Fast have as many eliminations as Halal. The entirety of the team.
I mean, she's been on fire.
That's fun. She has been, though. That's been kind of crazy. Simba does get knocked. Not down completely, but does get knocked. And this is Fast actually being aggressive. I like this, right? They're bringing the fight to Galatasaray. Ooh, nice nade, though. Gonna be coming up over the top, and this is why Halal is the best. This is why Halal has 5 eliminations. Another nade over the top. She knows exactly where to put that one. Boom! Not gonna get another knock, but dang, that damage is bad. Just really pushing back Fast as much as possible. Another nade goes over the top. She does get taken down, but I think the trade should be there. And the rest of her team... Oh, wait a second. Hold up. Fast might just have this one. Carly going down, or might just go down. Last man standing. Down she goes. It's Fast with the back-to-back.
Fast with a back-to-back chicken dinner. Oh my lord. Well, the circle tried to predict a back-to-back from Vincere previously. Not gonna happen, but it is game 3 and game 4 going to Fast Esports. And right now, they are very quickly becoming one of the contenders to take this whole thing with this back-to-back, but we'll leave that for later.
Yes, we will leave that for later. We're going to be heading over to a quick break. So, guys, before the Miramar, get your food, get your popcorn, get your drinks, and we'll be right back.
Get your sunglasses.
That too. Come on, you don't have them on!
Wait, hold on. I thought it was gonna be right before the map. I didn't know we were gonna do this instantly, but hey, there you go. Also,
I'm
just so you guys,
always
just so you
ready.
guys know, so you guys can see the reflection there. See the reflection there? There's the wheel. There's the wheel of names right there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm using for
Okay.
predictions.
Wheel of names. Got you. Got you. Got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
just
Okay.
letting you know.
Lovely. Excellent. Love that for us. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome back. If you don't know, we have our shades on ready for that Miramar.
Do you know what that means,
game.
boys and girls?
Miramar.
Yes, ma'am.
We're partying. And you know what? There's even fireworks outside because we're going into Miramar. They're celebrating. The whole world's celebrating. We're going into the Dusty Dunes here. But first, we're going to be going over to Hilal, who is, again, the match MVP coming on through here. 5 eliminations on the board, 1,300 damage. Looking very good indeed. I think that's the highest damage score we've had so far, right?
I believe so, yeah. That's quite a lot.
Yeah, that is. That's a really, really good score. So they might not get the win, but we do have those other accolades coming on to them. Very nice indeed. I actually really enjoyed how fast we're able to push forward, right? And really brought the fight to them. I think in a lot of ways, Galatasaray are used to being the aggressors, right? They are the ones that either hold and wait for teams to come to them, but in a defensive sort of way, or they're the ones that are pushing. And it's very rarely we actually see Galatasaray having to defend themselves, and that really put them on the back foot there. So really good job coming in from fast. You know, they knew what they had to do to win against Galatasaray, and that's exactly what they did. That back-to-back is going to make sure that they stay ahead of our big team here going into that leaderboard.
Yeah, I want to see what that overall leaderboard looks like now with the massive change. That is a back-to-back chicken dinner in the very first day of the competition. It's just incredible performance from the fast lineup. 18 points were secured. Galatasaray did the same exact thing, but they were able to secure that through the eliminations on their side. Outside of that, decent game for them. Majorka Team, they didn't get the chicken dinner, unfortunately for them, but they managed to get a decent amount of points as well. So that's good for them. SLB slowly picking up the pace for Miracle Goddess. So like a lot of teams that needed to get a decent amount of points managed to do exactly that. But the question is it enough at this point? Too early to tell, because we got a team that's starting to run away with this. And we go to the second page and look at that. Again, Vincere Mortem, not a good amount of points secured in our fourth game. So something's got to be done by the teams at the very bottom, and we'll have a look at that right, I want to say in a minute or two, once we have a look at the overall ranking to see the gap. And I don't think the gap's going to be that massive, just because of same amount of points was earned by first place and second place, so the gap is still the same, but it's just between maybe first, second, and the rest of the lobby. 59 points to 48 with the double chicken dinner. 48, 9 points, or actually wait, 11 points behind. Or Galatasaray.
Math.
Yeah, hey, I corrected myself. Then you have BigBaby, who started with their chicken dinner in the first game of the day. Incredible start for them. And again, the consistency is there for Yikes. But Vincere, you are not having the best of times at the moment, and there is a 26-point gap between you and first place, and you are in 5th.
You are in 5th. Goodness me. That it is pretty close up there. Can we also just mention that Galatasaray are second with 0 wins?
Yep. It's just eliminations.
Like,
they just go for
the
eliminations. Yeah.
That is just the elims. It's kind of crazy. But anyway, yeah, we're going to be looking forward onto the second page. You are right. Like, one good game could really put any of these teams much further ahead than they are right now. However, you know, the sort of day we've been seeing from them. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, now we're now. Anyway.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll make it up to you by giving you your predictions, because the wheel has already been spun.
Do it.
So, I did not get the best of predictions, but hey, you don't know what the wheel's gonna give you. So I got Dreamers Esports this time.
Okay.
You got my pick from last game in Majorka Team.
Okay.
Viewers have Selibon Esports, and production, again, just don't. It's Vincere Mortem for you guys. So I'm just saying
Ooh.
that's a very good choice. That's a very good choice. So
That is.
I wouldn't be very unhappy with that one. So those are the picks. And again, reminder, boys and girls, we're going into our first Miramar. We're going into our 5th game already. Let's see what
We
happens. So let us know. Who are you supporting? Who do you think is going to win? And why is it Neptura?
Yeah. Yeah, why is it me? Tell me in chat.
She's just goated. She's just goated with it. Listen, I've seen her play. She's good. I'm trash.
I'm not bad. I'm not bad. I'm a bit rusty, though. I haven't played in a minute. But I should get back into it. Get back into all the snip snopping.
You know what? Next tournament, I want to see you playing.
Okay. Bet.
Just going to be special invite Team Neptura.
Just me. 1v4.
Literally 1v4. Listen, I believe in you. You got this. I believe in you.
Oh, heck no. Absolutely not. I do not have an ounce of the talent these girls do. I can hold my own, but that's about it. Like, there is no way in a professional setting.
I think I can take a full squad on, like, easily, if their phones are not in their hands. I think that's the only way I can win. Yeah,
you know
that's
what?
the only
You're right.
way, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. Or like
That's
if
a good point, actually.
if their screens are just locked and they're sitting like that, I think I can win. Outside of that, no, I'm like useless.
Okay, well then I'm gonna tell you, I think I could 1v4 if they were only playing with one hand.
X'd it out.
Ah!
Listen, some of these players are incredible, okay? Some of these players are insane. I think they can beat me if they use one finger while they're playing. I genuinely think I am that bad at the game that I think if they just play with one finger, just like do that, like, that's it, I'm gone.
I mean, you might have a point. You might have a point. You may just have a point, but I'm hearing voices that we are going to be getting into Miramar pretty soon. So we're going to be going into that shortly. I mean, Miramar, we're done with the Erangels now, right? We're done with that for today, for day number 1. Now we're going into the back-to-back Miramars. This is an entirely different game. We did see the Wildcats have a really good game on one of the Erangels, on that middle Erangel, right? But they are typically a team that do very well on the Miramars. Now, I'm thinking that the progress that they've made today and the amount of points and the success they've had today is going to set them up quite well for some really good Miramar plays. I'm not sure what you think about that, Sandstorm.
Honestly, what I'm thinking about is the potential for hot drops in this game, and if there are going to be any. So let's just jump right into the action and find out what is the haps with our 5th game of the day, because here we go, just flying right over Valle del Mar, all the way to Torre Ahumada. So there is a potential for someone dropping maybe in Campo Militar, maybe?
Potentially. Oh, maybe a couple of teams dropping in Valle. Hold up. Do we have a hot drop? I think we might have a hot drop. Who is that with? That's Vim and... That's not Boars,
Fast. That's Fast.
Is it Fast?
It's Fast Esports.
Well, no, it's Fast and Boars. Fast and somebody else.
Okay, so we got a lot of hot drops coming in already. That's going to be a very interesting turn of events.
Just quickly, I love this glider. That's so cool.
I like it. It's nice, right? It's very chill, yeah.
That's pretty darn chill. I like that a lot. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, we've got like four different teams in the Valle del Mar area coming through here. I'm not seeing, maybe a little bit of SLB and 05 action coming through on Shumaceta, YKS as well. So actually, potentially a lot of early fights coming in here. Boar gonna try and take control of the coast side. Fast just split all over the place. They got those vehicles. They're just trying to get out of there. So that might be a vehicle drop rather than a hot drop necessarily, but still a very dangerous play considering all the teams surrounding them here. We are going to be also looking at YKS, 05, and SLB all in Shumaceta. That is definitely going to be a bit of a hot drop there. And Vim, Margot, no! Don't go out now, not like this.
Yeah, definitely not the start that you want to see for 05, but the exact start you want to see for Vincere Mortem. Kicking things off with a couple of limbs is exactly what you need to do. And right now, Pinky with the reposition, trying to get on the roof of the building. might just work out for them. Things are, as always, very, very calm at the beginning of the game here when it comes to Miramar. Let's have a look and bring you boys and girls up to speed, though, since it is the very beginning of the game. Let everyone know what the situation is with the drops. So let's have a look. Alrighty, so all the way from the north, we're starting with west of La Cobriera, and they seem to be heading towards La Cobriera and water treatment. It is BigBaby. We have Hacienda del Patron under the control of TPES. We have Galatasaray going for Tel Azhar, but we'll get back to that portion of the news once we leave the fight between AP and... It is a bit of a hot drop in Molly. She is the one with that 1v4 that I have not forgotten about. Wait a minute, how are those not hits at all? Molly's forced to go back. Now she's on her own against the lineup of HP. Oh! Oh, she's crazy with it! It's now a 1v2. She manages to get 2, and I can definitely understand why you'd shoot that, but my god. Did she give Highborn a slight heart attack with that quick 1v2? Absolutely bonkers, but unfortunately TPES will be going down, and Highborn get 4 eliminations, and they haven't lost a member.
They haven't lost one at all. TPES, ugh, so heartbreaking. Down they go, no points for this game, and they just have to sit and wait now. Just sit and wait for that next, next game to come to them and hopefully try and rectify the situation, at least get double points before the end of tonight, which is a crazy thing to say because TPES in the qualifiers were playing so well. Pixie as well gonna go down. 0-5 getting torn apart here, down to a trio they go. That's gonna be YKS grabbing 1 elimination already on the board. My goodness me, Miramar, the last place I thought we'd see multiple hot drops on. My goodness.
Yeah, I didn't think that this was going to be happening in Miramar, especially not in the first day, at least. But hey, this is why anything can happen in these kinds of competitions. And since things have calmed down a teeny tiny bit, we can go back to your your drop locations informations. So El Pozo is currently under the control of Majorka Team. DMS, along with Highborn, are currently close enough to Hacienda del Patron. W in the Wildcats are currently in Power Grid. We got Beg that are in Picado. No one's next to them. Yikes in Chumacera. We have 05 with a very wild split. We have one person that's south of Minas del Valle, and then we have 2 that are on the western side of, well, I would say on the outskirts west of Los Leones. And Los Leones does have 4 Miracle Goddess, and south of them is going to be Fast. SLB going to be Los Leones just now as well. Again, a little bit of a weird split. You have purple in the zone, and you have other 3 people from SLB skedaddling to a different location, which I am unsure about, but we'll wait and see what happens. Vincere dropped in Valle del Mar, all the way in the southwest of the zone, and Boars are currently on the coast, just south of the map in general. Then those are the drop locations of all the teams. Interrupted slightly by fight randomly, but at the end of the day, we know exactly where all the teams are, especially TPES, who are just waiting for the next lobby.
They sure are. I'm confused though. Margot is far away from her teammates, right? 05, the duo of 05 are in Los Leones, and Margot is below Chumacera. Like, she's far away. There's Boars below her, there's Fast, as well as 4M in between her and the rest of her teammates. So I'm guessing she's just kind of sitting there in zone. We do see Purple from SLB doing a similar strat here, a 1-3 split inside of zone, just to kind of hold down the fort, give her team a place inside of the new circle to regroup to, I suppose. But for Margot, she's way on the edge there. So it's an interesting play for sure, as we actually do head over to Los Leones, and that's 4 Miracle Goddess just in Los Leones. Big chillin'. They've not had to do anything except loot up, which is very nice to see. A good old just chill start of the game for them.
Good old-fashioned chill start indeed. As after, after we lost that first player, or first squad rather, things seem to have calmed down instantly. And that's perfectly fine. This is Miramar. It has always the longest games. It is the biggest map. Well, now we just play on all big maps, so.
It's true. We do indeed. It's very nice. Love this for us. But we will see now. Ooh, hang on. We got, what, 40 seconds until the next one? Ah, no! Poor Beg are able to have Picado to themselves, Sandstorm. I don't think we've talked about that yet. They've had it. They have this game, this Picado to themselves. This Picado? What? This drop location to themselves here, which is always lovely. In the qualifiers, if you weren't here for the qualifiers, they were constantly getting hot dropped in Picado, so nice to see that they have this to themselves. And we're going to be just waiting for that next zone to come on through. What car is that? That is awesome looking. I did not know that that was even a thing.
Once the production can go on that a second, I can try and identify it. Yeah, maybe, who knows?
Yeah.
But you know what? It's cool.
It's epic. That's what it is. I liked it. I like that a lot. Moving forward, though, zone's going to be coming through. Ooh, 1,300 meters away from Los Leones. That means we're going San Martin, ladies and gentlemen. Galatasaray territory. They are fully in zone. They're on the north side, and guess what? They have it all to themselves for now. So that's a great setup coming in from them. And now the great exodus of all of these teams to shove themselves over into the Power Grid San Martin area. I think it's about to get chaotic very, very quickly here.
Well, let's have a look at the zone and what it has decided. It's decided, you know what? Let's have some fun with these people. We got Power Grid, San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, all in the zone, along with the north side of Picado with the big bad building. We still have our 15 squads and our 58 players. We have lost a player from Boars, a player from 05, and that is it. The question remains, what are Fast going to do? I want to give you the newsletter on Fast Esports. I don't see them on the minimap right now. So they're currently sitting outside of the zone, trying to make their way. But in terms of my predictions, let's update you guys as well. Predictions that we had, I had Dreamers, you had Majorka. Majorka is in a very good position. They got a lot of high ground to work with, so a lot of information. And I got Dreamers that are smack dab in the middle of the zone. And the other two predictions, we have Selibon and Vincere. Meanwhile, Beg! Oh, Melzy. Nice little spray. Gets the knock onto Pride. Thing is, Sasha is a little bit too far away and not even in a position to help. And okay, so we're just running in the open. We're just running in the open? Is that what we're doing? Beg Esports?
Wow.
What's going on? You know where the shots are coming from. The stress they are under is just causing them to make some wild decisions there. Hella trying to go for a 1v4 against all members as her teammate is trying to go for the revive, but now Hella takes a lot of damage. I think that grenade might have been a little bit overcooked. It has been. No damage to Hella. But Wildcats will continue to hold on to this high ground and not give it up.
That is interesting coming in from Beg. I mean, to be fair, this is the Wildcats spot, right? They drop Power Grid, they move to the hills early. This is classic textbook Wildcats coming through here. Beg have now invaded their territory. For me though, for like a great nade coming in there from Melzy onto Hila there. If you're gonna do that, Beg, then you really need to make sure you know exactly how to play this, because the Wildcats already it's like for Miracle hot dropping Galatasaray and Pachinki, a drop location they've held on to for years. It's like, if you're gonna do that, you better know exactly what you're doing, right? And it seems like, Beg, they just are faltering. There's just not enough cover for them against this this high ground of the cliffside, so that's gonna be unfortunate here for Beg. They're gonna go down to that solo. Sasha. I mean, she's got a good angle. She's able to get those long range shots going through, but now Oiku with the nade, they know exactly where she is, and that just might spell the end here. Let's see. Oh, not gonna do any damage. Looks like she's pushed on back, and this is where the Wildcats are gonna push forward actually and try and get rid of her. Oh, lots of fighting going on in that Elam feed as well, though. Starting to see SLB take a little bit of a tumble. Boars as well. YKS down to a trio actually. And Dreamers as well, just trying to do anything they can here. Oh, eliminated actually. RSLB, down they go to Galatasaray. In the end, looks like a little bit of a third party there coming on through, and that's going to be Beg as well, taken on out. 3 teams gone already, Sandstorm.
3 teams gone indeed. 13 minutes into this game, and we still have 48 squads. 48 players.
Woo.
Dang. 48 squads.
48 squads?
Crazy. 48 squads would be crazy. All right, quick math. 48 squads. How many players?
How many players? 48
Yeah.
squads is how many players? Oh, don't. That's mean.
It's
That's just
192.
mean.
It's 192.
Okay, you know what? He only asked me that so he could do it on, get the calculator on his
No,
phone.
no. I literally
Yes,
did.
yes,
I was
yes,
like,
yes.
I was like 50 times 4 minus 8.
Sure. That's
Yeah,
what your calculator told you to say.
No, it was my brain. Hey, I studied computer science. I can do basic arithmetic, okay?
Well, good for you, bro.
That's about the only thing I gained from my degree. That's why I'm here.
Ugh, fine.
Esports. So, we focus on the esports for now. Majorka Team still holding on to that high ground. I don't even know how Vincere Mortem made it to the north side of the zone when they were in Valle del Mar at the beginning of the game. Crazy. But right now, decent position. Galatasaray also have a little bit of a high ground on Hacienda del Patron, which is not bad for them. So I want to say Vincere Mortem are in kind of the valley of death at the moment. Like stuck between 2 high grounds conquered by 2 teams. Then you have DMS and 4 Miracle Goddess in Hacienda del Patron on the south side. Then you got Fast, who have the high ground near San Martin, along with Highborn. And you got YKS in Yikes in Power Grid. Let's see the zone shifting again. So at least, yeah, that means Majorka Team have to move to, I guess, the last bit of the high ground that they have. But I'm curious about the moves that Vincere Mortem will be making.
We just have to watch now as the zone moves over to, again, more of Hacienda, more towards Galatasaray. Vincere have to choose. Going down the valley in the road is going to be a real difficult play. Looks like that's the play they might slightly be going for. No, they're going to go just cutting across there over onto that high ground. It's a good spot to have, actually. It's going to pinch them in between MT and Galatasaray if Galatasaray decide to move forward or even just look in that direction. But it does give them a really strong foothold inside of zone as long as they can fend off their back side there. That is going to be imperative to that play. Meanwhile, teams like For Miracle, they're actually inside Hacienda, one of my favorite spots in this map. They actually have all those buildings themselves, so they're going to be sitting pretty for a good long while, I think, here, Sandstorm. They're going to just be big, chilling. Meanwhile, it's going to be MT and ITZY. ITZY kind of like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I'm just going to wait in amongst all these smokes and hope they leave because they're going to have to. But the zone is moving in as we speak. They're going to have to be very careful with how they play this. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think, honestly, just wait. Unless you don't have... No, they have no more smoke, so they've got to do something here.
They
no
have
more
to
smokes
go,
on
and
them.
they have to go, and they have to go now. The zone's going to be hot on their heels. And the thing is, with the high ground that Majorka Team have, it does make it extremely difficult and very risky to make a rotation either on foot or in a car. Just a target regardless. And with no smoke covers, it is going to be incredibly difficult. And meanwhile, for Majorka Team, it's just fish in a barrel type deal. But now we'll get back to that fight later on as we have into the zone dealing with Dreamers. Buildings right across from each other. We got BigBaby and Boars as well. Teams are slowly going to start fighting each other as the zone closes in more and more. And Vincere Mortem decided to ride right down the middle of the valley and take a position. I'm not sure if they have a high ground. I would love to see their point of view. Because if they do have a high ground, they just have to worry about their backs with the Majorka Team. Outside of that, they're very, very centered. But I'm not sure about the level of cover that they have at the moment. Meanwhile, hold on. Yeah, Boars.
Hold on.
The Boars were able to get a couple of elims, but they are down to 2 people now. 5 eliminations. Okay, they're getting closer and closer. You can see 7th place still 4th, only a 4-point difference. But then it starts to scale up with Galatasaray and Fast. And keep in mind, Galatasaray still alive. Fast still alive. And Galatasaray are in a very dangerous position. They can do quite a lot of damage to a few teams if they still maintain their presence on the high ground. And Fast Esports are playing a little bit slow this time around.
I really actually like the Dreamers' position here. Yes, they are right next to ITZ. But they do have a really good position, especially in this new zone. They've got all the angles they need over onto the back side there, all across that open territory coming on through. And the new zone now is going to put them in a really decent mid position here, as all these teams are going to be fighting each other on the edge. They should probably be able to get a couple of angles onto those teams and be able to really pick up a couple of stragglers here. I'm really also going to be looking over at Vim and MT, right? MT moving in up behind Vim. Galatasaray moving up behind MT, I think, as well here. So that's going to be a little bit of a crazy play coming on through onto the northwest side. Gonna have to really pay attention to that one. Meanwhile, the Wildcats, 6 eliminations. Here we go. The Masters of Miramar strike again. 6 eliminations on the board. Not stopping anytime soon. Fast, just full sending it down the valley here, up and over into the position of Dreamers. Oh, and it doesn't look like it's gone too well here. Just down to a solo. The full send does not work in this case, Sandstorm.
No, it does not, and that might cost Fast quite dearly, and it will. This opens up the opportunity as Galatasaray see that the team below them and above them have been eliminated, and the magical window has opened to that first place spot. Let's see what they can do with this game. We've already seen their 0-point game, so I don't think that we're going to be seeing another one of those anytime soon. The thing is, they're also pulling up right behind Vincere Mortem and Majorka Team. They are trying to see if they can conquer that high ground completely, and they do exactly that. Majorka Team have just evaporated, gone, without a trace. Galatasaray didn't lose a single member in that fight, and now they just have to start focusing on that next step, which is taking out Vim. And the second they do that, that north side is completely theirs.
I mean, Highborn have a really good position. It's a shame that it's so much on the edge there, but if they use it correctly, they could really, you know, lay waste to a few teams in front of them before they have to move themselves here. That could be pretty good for them. For Miracle, on the other hand, just trying to make sure that... I mean, it's these two teams again. For Miracle and Galatasaray, I mean, they don't know that this is Galatasaray, but it's crazy how these two teams are always clashing. As actually, Galatasaray are like, hey, you want to bet? We're going to come straight towards the fire, not away from it. Tofi moving forward. I mean, it's a great dip. It's a great piece of hillside there. It's going to mean that they're going to have a lot of cover, something that's really precious in this zone. There's not much cover at all here once you're outside of these buildings.
The second you leave them, that's when you enter the danger zone. Let's have a look, see. Ooh, wait a minute, Galatasaray, Vim. The fight that we've all been waiting for has finally happened. It looks like Toffee will be the first to go down. And the zone again, favoring Vim ever so slightly. Vincere, very happy with that one, as the squads on the southern side all have to move as well. And they also know that Galatasaray cannot stay on this high ground much longer. They will be exposed to the teams across in Boars, in Yikes, and in IW, and the Wildcats. It's just a matter of time before they have to make this move. This zone is truly magical for Vincere Mortem right now. Look at all these teams on the eastern side here. NEP. We got 4M, DMS, ITZ, Fire 05. So
Ooh.
we even got Highborn, IW. Those all these teams have to be coming in from the
Crazy.
east and the southeast. So many skirmishes, so many small fights are going to be happening. And I am waiting to see who's going to come out on top in all of them, or who's just going to gun it when they got the chance and get into the zone. Highborn are thinking, well, that may be us. And they might have just found a decent spot to hide in, but behind them is another team, though I'm not sure how much I like this.
I think it's fantastic that Highborn were even able to get to this position. I mean, I don't know how much longer it's going to be useful to them, because 05 on one side, Wildcats on the other is going to be real tough. But the fact that they were able to move from that position into this one at all is kind of crazy. But yeah, Wildcats going to shut this one down immediately. Oh, well, hang on. Batashka, it might not. It's a 1v2. As the Wildcats are looking for more. Oh, but she's trying to find somewhere. Exposes herself to ITZ, and that's going to be game over. But the Wildcats might just take a tumble here next. Down to a solo they go. Oiku. 05 really actually doing a really good job of third-partying that, right? Because now it looks like they are just going to go ahead and disengage from that entirely. So really nice to see that. YKS, though, on that high ground, going to make sure that nobody escapes this edge of zone if they can help it. XQ going to try and come for that that revive there. I think the angle is just enough to make sure that they are able to do that, but man, you look at that leaderboard, we don't have a single full squad. Maybe Vim if they can get that player back up. 4M, okay, 4M, I'm making a liar out of me, because 4M have a full squad as well, but there's so many solos and duos here. Really just goes to show you how much of a wreck this is, as IW are going to go out. That's the Wildcats done, dusted, but 05, they get those points, but might not get the win here. They are kind of stuck in this position. 05 now pushing their total up to 5 eliminations, right behind Boars.
Yep. And so are Galatasaray right now. They are right behind Vincere Mortem. If they can manage to take them out now, that would be the perfect message of, don't you even think about coming for first place, it is ours. Meanwhile, Vincere need to get a win this game in order to make things easier on them. Going into the competition tomorrow, one tap, pulling up towards the last two members of 05. A lot of damage being done as Nekis has already gone down, and now it's only up to XQ. That Molly, I'm not sure it's going to reach. I'm not sure it's going to do the damage needed. The thing is, like, one tap doesn't want to risk it. But at this point, you kind of have to. Their split is a little bit too wide. Another Molly. At this point, I just forget about this fight since you did not go for the all-in the 1v2. If you already knew that one player was knocked, it would have been better to try and either finish the fight, grab someone with you, or just keep going. The delay felt kind of pointless to not go for it. But again, you don't want to be exposed to other squads as well, so. And they have been doing well enough that right now they're currently in 5th place. They're trying to pull up on Matesha, though, from Boards, as she's the last player. Switching over to try and shoot. Okay, we're switching back to driving again. But it's fine. It was all a distraction. It was all a distraction as Boars are out, and Yikes keep it going with 3 eliminations now. They're making it into the top 7, and the zone once again. Wow. Goated positioning for Vincere Mortem, and this should be their game. This should be their game. They have been here for the past 15 minutes, hoping and praying that their position would be good enough. But we'll get back to that later, as right now the fights are unfolding before our very eyes on the western, or on the eastern side rather, of the zone. DMS into the zone. 05 for Miracle Goddess. All these teams are now squaring up as 30 seconds stands between them and them having to be inside that zone.
Goodness. I mean, this is really the game of the edge play, right? Like, there's nobody that can go any faster than they're already going. This kind of zone really just means you gotta take your time. You gotta hold your horses. Oh, Panthera might just go down here. Yep, down she goes. Caffeine's in the vehicle. They don't even know. She's gonna pop out, gonna try to do something, but nope. Nothing she can do. 4M Gonna take him out. In turn, getting taken out by ITZ. There we go. ITZ with 7 eliminations. Here we go. This is the team we wanted to see. And look, 7 eliminations puts them up to 23 points. I mean, they were way further down the list before the start of this game. So here we go. The comeback is real. ITZ doing what they need to do. We move over to the southwest side, though. Yikes Awe. Just down to a duo. Gonna try and get this res up onto O'Daddy. Up to 6 eliminations. They've had an excellent game so far. Only lost the 1, which in this zone is incredible, to be honest. Somehow 05 is still here as well, Sandstorm.
Listen, yeah, it's just XQ. No one's pulling up, and she's just able to survive for as long as she can. The more placement points she can get, the better in this situation. And the thing is, I want to talk about Yikes Awe and their positioning. They have been the bane of Vincere Mortem's existence by putting a lot of pressure on them and now giving the advantage to Galatasaray and then just completely abandoning the fight. Hilal taking a lot of damage, forced to go back and heal up a little bit before going for this 3v2. But the thing is, Galatasaray can't just straight up and peek because the high ground that Yikes has is quite a dangerous one. And now we are down to our final 3 squads. It's Vincere, it's Galatasaray, and it is Yikes Awe. And the thing is, Yikes can't really push. Galatasaray can't peek. Except when they do try, it is at the right time. And Carly, perfectly well timed. And Leora will peek her out. And O'Daddy with the response. And it's now all down to Carly. Pinky from Vincere, who has no HP. And as well as Yikes Awe, who have the opportunity to continue surprising us with their performance in today's games and get themselves a juicy chicken dinner. But looks like with no ability to apply pressure on the lineup of Galatasaray from that range, the revives will be done. Pinky, what are you thinking? You hear now that there's 3 players. You got to change your position. You can't stay in the same place. But the thing is, you also can't peek at all. Because then you're going to have Yikes Awe dealing all the damage to you. Pinky trying to dance around the buggy, but there's only so much you can do. And now Galatasaray will get exposed. First goes down. Second has not followed just yet. But we got 1 tap with the flank on the right side. Instantly going back as well. Does not want to risk it. Yes, they know that they got 1 knock and 1 finish. But it's still a 3v2. And Galatasaray can do this. But they also know that the zone favors them. They have more time. Except the zone actually assists. Little bit of damage and 1 tick is all you need. And Leora is down. Hilal takes him down. She goes. Oh, Daddy, not letting this one slip away. It's a 1v1. She's peeking, but Carly brings it home. And Galatasaray finally with a winner chicken dinner on the board. The timing has been immaculate from this roster. And you said it at the beginning. You did say it. This is one of their favorite maps. This is where they have shined multiple times before. And they've done it again here in our 5th map. Well played to Galatasaray. That is surely getting them closer to that #1 spot.
Yeah.
And who knows what's going to happen in our 6th game as well.
I'm so surprised by that. But while we all calm down from that plot twist of a win, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll be right back to gear up for the final Miramar of the day. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. 5 matches down. 1 more to go. 1 more to go indeed. Galatasaray won the last Miramar just a moment ago. And a bit of a plot twist. I did not expect them to win that, like, at all. I thought not fast. I thought, who was it? TPES? No. My memory is bad, guys.
Your memory, your math, but it's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Anyway.
Hashtag copium.
Rude. Anyway, can we just mention that Hilal has been match MVP 3 times now? 3 times.
Listen, it's just
wild.
Galatasaray are cracked. Again, we've said this. They are too good at this game.
We've
been
too
good. We've been knew this. We've seen what they've been capable of with the amount of eliminations that they've gotten, and it's just the way that they approach the games one by one, consistently ending up with top 5. And again, we said this before. The team that shows up consistently over the course of the 2 days will be the team that comes out on top at the end. And so far, Galatasaray has been doing that. Yes, they haven't gotten a lot of chicken dinners. There's another team in Fast that got 2. But hey, if you're consistent in all the games and you're still getting all the eliminations, that's all you need to do. I mean, we've seen as well. I want to say, like, Toffee, I got to give you a shout out as well, because you have had a sensational performance with that 1v4 with the flank in our last Erangel of the day as well. Now she's showing up with the highest distance, so like her sniping capabilities as well are quite incredible. But we got to give a shout out to the rest of the players here. O'Daddy with the most damage, Nekis with the most eliminations using grenades, and of course total distance covered in Sultan from Fast Esports. But I want to look at that match ranking. I want to look at the overall leaderboard and see what the situation is there. How has it changed?
That is the question. I mean, 18 points total with the top teams like Fast going out fairly early, or not early, but without a lot of points. I think this should put Galatasaray firmly in the lead, I would have thought. We'll see as we go over to the overalls soon. But yeah, I definitely do think we're going to be seeing them do that. A lot of the teams that we're seeing, though, apart from Fast, apart from BigBaby, right, both of those teams with 1 point, the rest of them are all on that second half of the page, and looks like they're going to continue to be there up until the end of the day, unless they can get a massive win in this last game of the day. It's looking pretty bad for all of them.
Pretty bad for them indeed. You can't have that many games with 0 points or very low points.
There we go.
Yeah, at this point, we can effectively say right now the teams in the running are 8th and above.
Yeah.
And that only depends on, I want to say, like, you need a game where Galatasaray, Fast Esports, Yikes have a bad game, and then the other teams perform very, very well. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, and for me, I'm thinking that's probably going to be the Rondo tomorrow. That's the most likely candidate for, you know, the top teams to kind of go out quite quickly there. Yeah, I mean, TPES 7 points, Dreamers 13, Bag 14. Like, to be fair, a lot of these games, the top 4 teams have been kind of soaking up all the points, getting all of the eliminations, which leaves very few available points for the rest of the teams, right? That's why you're seeing them be so close together. I mean, between 12th or 11th and 15th is 6 point difference, like 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20. Like, it's very, very close together. One good game from Dreamers, if Dreamers win, that's just the placement alone will put them into 10th, right? So that sort of result is still very possible for them. However, I'm also thinking about the momentum that they've not been able to build. I'm thinking about the mentality of them having really bad games basically the entire time. Some of those teams did get good games in terms of longevity. They didn't go out early, but the problem with the kind of zone that we got in that last Miramar is, like, you're not going to be getting any points. Even if we saw Fast, they got 2 points. They were there until, like, the top 8. They got 2 points. So it really is a really touch and go for a lot of those teams. I think they're going to have to try and reset for tomorrow, but hopefully they can do something in this last game. We have one more Miramar, and maybe they can do something, but if that zone is going to be anything like it was in the last one, it's going to be a hard path ahead.
That it will be. The zone has not been very kind to a lot of these teams,
Mm.
but it's been very kind to quite a lot of others. But you know what? That's exactly how it is in PUBG Mobile. That's what you get with pubgmobile. You got to be ready.
Pokey.
And the thing is, are you ready for the
Are
last game
you
of the
ready?
day? Or no, I'm asking you, are you ready?
Am I ready?
No,
I
you're
was
not.
born
'cause
ready.
We
I
don't
was
have our prediction.
Born ready. Well, I'm ready. Your prediction wheel isn't.
Okay, fine. You're
But
ready.
go for it. Go for it.
All right, so we're currently spinning the wheel. First prediction on the board is Into the Zone Esports for myself.
Itzy.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take Itzy.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just saying from Into the Zone to Itzy. Crazy. Yikes Awe for you. That's going to be your team.
Okay.
For Miracle Goddess for our lovely viewers at home. And for production, I mean, I think they'll like it. It's Wildcats. It's a Turkish
Oh.
team. Should be happy with it.
Yeah.
You
They're
don't get
really
to
good on
choose.
Miramar.
You don't get to choose. We're not having a conversation. This is not happening.
No, I
You
heard the
get
voices saying they're
Wildcats
good.
And that's it. See, the voices are starting to attack me now, okay? Your voices are starting to become my voices too. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. As long as they're just saying, we're going to game, I'm happy. Okay.
Yeah. See, they
See,
approve.
they're happy with it because it's yeah.
The
they're
voices
happy with it.
approve. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
The
You
vo-
know
the vo-
what?
The voices approve.
The voices approve. Listen, the Wildcats do very well on Miramar, so they should be happy.
That's
Well,
true,
You
that's
know, it's
true.
a good prediction. It's a good prediction. So we will see.
Prediction.
Mine was, what was it again?
You got Yikes Awe. ITZ
Yikes
for
Awe,
me,
okay.
for Miracle Goddess for the fans, and Wildcats for the production.
Okay. So, Yikes Awe, that's not a bad shout at all. Actually,
I think it's
they've
good.
been doing pretty well. So I'm happy with that one. We're just waiting for that plane to start us off, and we'll be getting into that match very shortly. We're loading in as we speak, so should be getting that coming on through pretty soon here. Any sort of thoughts about where that zone's gonna be going?
It's gonna be somewhere on Miramar.
Oh.
I will go with from Ruins to actually I would say like Ruins, La Cobriera's north side, and then all the way down to La Driera. I think it's gonna be very western.
Ooh, you know, I do like a western zone. It's good fun. We don't go there often, but when we do, chef's kiss.
I thought you were gonna say like I like western themed stuff, which you know what I do. Like,
I do.
anyways.
Oh, hey, play pass.
Hey, I'm
Plane
just
path
saying.
from the
I'm
west.
just saying. I'm just saying. The plane path is pathing, and we see it coming in from the very northwestern side. I would say just out of that northwest corner of the map, right between Ruins and La Cobriera, heading all the way towards Partona. So is a zone that I mentioned quite possible. It's quite probable. Yeah. It might happen. But you know what? It could also just go Los Leones and Campo Militar and tell me, haha. I'm expecting that.
It might, to be honest.
It really might do me like that.
Yeah, it has before. I wouldn't put it past it. You know, a lot of teams jumping ship at the moment, though. You do have Galatasaray moving over to the south side, maybe for a Chumi drop or a Monte Nuevo drop. We'll have to. Oh my god, if it's a Monte Nuevo drop and 4M are there, you know what? I would love this actually. I don't think they dropped there in the last Miramar. Let me check. Let me just double check something real quick. Where did they drop on the last Miramar? Galatasaray dropped El Azahar. There we go. Yeah. And 4M dropped Los Leones. Okay, because I thought it would be hilarious if this was 4M. Oh!
Oh! Let's go! Let's go!
Oh, that's so cool.
I mean, I'm just saying, called it, baby. Let's go. Let's
freaking go. Excellent.
I mean, this is as close as I'm gonna get, because I did say La Cobriera, Ruins, and La Triera, but I mean, look, it's just a little bit south of where I predicted, and this was before the plane path even. That's nuts. I'll take that.
That's awesome. That's very cool indeed. I was going
the game
to
just
say.
goes downhill now.
Yeah. I was going to say that it would be very funny if this was 4M's usual spot, and Galatasaray went, see if you like it when we do it to you. hot dropping
Yeah.
us in Pachinki. Ugh, you know. But
Taste of your own medicine.
yeah, exactly. But it doesn't seem to be going that way. I think that's a little bit of a quinky dink coming on in there. So that's fine. Otherwise, everything is quiet on the Western Front here, quite literally. Nobody's really doing anything. A few teams a little bit closer together than we might originally like. But yeah, everybody's going to be chilling. No hot drops coming through. No mad dashes for vehicles. And no hot drop in Hacienda, which is great for TPES.
I mean, when it comes to TPES, chicken dinner or nothing.
It's true.
That's basically it. This lineup needs a chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations at this point in time. If they're not able to do that, there's no chance of them coming top one. There's currently a 61 point difference between them and first place. So it's a very, very massive difference between them. I mean, at this point, yeah, they outside of a chicken dinner right now, plus not that many points for Galatasaray, Fast, Yikes, and all the teams in the top 5, top 6. Then there's a chance. But then again, it's like you come tomorrow and, okay, the game plan is we still need more chicken dinners and for the other teams to do horrendously bad. Which I don't see happening.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough uphill battle for sure. And I think in order to possibly feasibly do it, considering how the other teams are performing, right, the only answer for them is going to be a big top 3 game from them in this game. I don't need the win necessarily, but they need to be giving us double-digit elims plus the top 3 to really kind of convince everybody that it's like, okay, actually, they could actually come back tomorrow and do decently well. But as it stands right now, I mean, you've got 68, 60, 49, 41, 39 versus 7. Even versus 13, 14, 15 is pretty crazy, but at least those double-digit numbers, mean that like just another 15-point game will double that, and you can go up into that 6th place, right? So that's kind of where I'm thinking is like, you know, TPS, they got to get a big top 3 here in this last game.
This last game is going to be a very important one for quite a few teams. Now, it can either, if we're talking about the different storylines going into tomorrow, it can be Galatasaray maybe getting a second chicken dinner and then just building a massive lead between them and second place. It could be Fast stealing it away. It could be Yikes jumping in with a chicken dinner and then joining the likes of Galatasaray and Fast in being top 3. And the same can be said for IW or even Vincere Mortem and BigBaby Esports. Again, BigBaby started off very, very strong, very hot with a chicken dinner and 18 or a ridiculous amount of eliminations, and then very calm rest of the day from them. So I'd want to see a resurgence of their capabilities. I want to see their firepower shine through once again. And if they can do it at the end of the day, again, massive boost. But for now, it's also going to be eyes on Boars, and I want to see what they're capable of in this final game as well. Because it's all about just relieving some of the stress that you're feeling by putting yourself in a better position to get the championship tomorrow. That is going to be the goal for those top teams. For the bottom teams, complete honesty, it's just getting a better ranking to have a better share of the prize pool. Outside of that, for teams like TPES, Dreamers, Beg, SLB, I would say up to Highborn, from 10th below, any one of them needs a chicken dinner with ridiculous points to come back into contention. But as it stands, it's very, very difficult. And it's not just based on their performance, it's also based on the performance of the teams at the top. Galatasaray has only made 1 game with 0 points, right? So think about that for a second. They have 68 points in a total of 4 games, which is a crazy number for them to have. Fast also had like 1 game where they had 0 points, and then the rest, they always had something. That's the kind of level that you need to reach this nade. Okay, it could have been placed a little bit better, but hey, in that moment, you were trying to time it. Maybe they would have stopped, but looks like they're not. TPES, they're just going to keep going. Is Molly going to get knocked down? She decides, okay, no, I don't want to peek at this anymore, and decides to hide. But finally,
Fair.
we have our first blood, and it's Mbappe. From none other than Galatasaray. Surprise, surprise. Majorka team using that high ground to apply pressure to 4 Miracle Goddess. No, it's actually TPES. My apologies. And that's both of them going down, and they should be going over and getting secured by a Majorka team.
Oh, that is devastating. Oh, that's so devastating. They needed a good game here. Down to 2 in the first, 8 minutes of the game is just horrendous. That is awful. Also, Sandstorm, hate to call you out on this, but
Don't do it. Don't do it. Why?
Mbappe?
Yeah.
Is this football?
It's her name.
I think it's Simba. At least it used to be Simba, and then probably extra letters on the end.
Well, how am I supposed to know?
I know. It's just hilarious that it's like we've gone to soccer now with that.
Hey,
Mbappe.
no,
I have to giggle.
Football.
I have to giggle.
Football. We are in Europe. It is called football. We
Did
call
I
it
say
football.
soccer?
Yes.
I didn't say soccer. You can't prove that.
Yes, I can. Guys, clip
Nope.
it.
I said football. I
said
said
soccer.
football.
You said
Nope.
soccer.
Nope. I said World Cup. You can't prove otherwise.
You didn't even say World Cup.
Yeah, well, I just did. Anyway, TPS do go on out there, unfortunately, and that's to MT. So MT gonna grab an even 4 points on the board. They do lose 1 though, but you know, 1 loss for 4 points is not too shabby. MT gonna be tied now with Highborn in 11th place. 1 more point, they get into that top 10 officially. Ooh. So moving up the leaderboard just a little bit here.
What is this? What? Why? Why? What? Like the zone again? It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's San Martin. It's Hacienda del Patron. It's Power Grid. It's Pecado. It's very close to Montenuevo, but it does not include Montenuevo. So like Majorca in the same exact position. I want to say Galatasaray, they are not. They have Highborn, who are currently holding on to their position from the last game, but we'll see, because at the moment, things will change. Teams will be making their rotations. But once again, we have similar zones back-to-back on the same map. We've had it before on... Well, wait, hold on. This is exactly what happened before, except it was Picado-centric. Now it's Power Grid-centric.
Yeah, of course.
Bogey Mogi, I see you.
Pubgmobile. Yep, it's definitely going over towards that side. Wildcats, I don't think realized or thought that that was really going to be the situation. Their position right now is more center of the old zone than this is really allowing for. And now, Beg are actually in the position that they would probably want. So, for the Wildcats, this might be a little bit of a problem. Sorry, production. Your prediction is looking a little bit scary right now, but we'll see how that goes. Oh, hang on. Big fight going on down here. Fast versus Galatasaray. That is huge. The first versus second place. Mbappe might just go down here. Yes, she does. Halal next up.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Galatasaray are falling apart here. Carly, the person who secured the chicken dinner in the last game, now going to be up in a 1v2. No, third party! Oh, it's Wildcats, baby!
Hey, yo!
They are swinging, taking out first place, and now Fast have an opportunity to heal up, but they don't have that much time, though. As now it is Majorka team pulling up. Second place might be biting the dust here, but they have 3 eliminations. They're back to full strength. Nate's coming in. Still no damage on the other players, no eliminations just yet. Marussia deciding we don't want any of this smoke and we're just going to move on back. There's too many teams in that position because Wildcats decided to go in and Wildcats just knocking each other down. It seems not the miscommunication that you want to have, not at this time. And Fireshine goes down. Fast Esports continue to stomp in this game. Oh my lord, the mistakes made by Wildcats. It was looking good. They were looking like they were third partying, playing this perfectly, but then they just rush in. Head first, not looking around, and they lose 3 members. And Fast say, thank you for all the free elims. We're just gonna keep on going. And Fiverr now, again, back to full strength, and they have 5 points. and they are eyeing up first place.
Ooh.
Majorka Team now starts to swing. The fight is not over in Power Grid. And it's Majorka that are also suffering now. We still have the third party coming in from IW. Melcy, the last player standing. Polia now on her own against the members of Fast, trying to deny, and he finishes. She gets a second, but no, the third denies. And Fast, again, haven't lost a single member and have wiped 2 squads.
That's wild. That is actually insane. In just, what, less than 30 seconds, it feels like, Fast have caught up to Galatasaray. They're 2 points behind first place again. They might just be top of the leaderboard, despite Galatasaray's best efforts here, and the Wildcats, thankfully for them, are able to regroup, revive, and get out of Dodge. They don't want any of that now, not as a duo. You're going to have to find somewhere else, maybe just hold them off at a distance, but Fast Esports, fast with the squad wipes on this one. My goodness me. And I tell you what, they're just widening that gap, Sandstorm. Look at that, 68 to 49. It is nearly a 20-point gap between second and third. That is a whole game. That is a whole win worth of points.
Now, basically, it is becoming a 2-horse race, bit by bit, but it all depends. Can VIM capitalize on this as well? They're sitting at 43. If they get a chicken dinner, this is the opportunity for them to do that. They might learn from their mistakes from the previous game, knowing that the position they held was good. There was nothing wrong with it. It's just late into the game, exposed from too many different angles, and the fact that they lost 2 members made the end game impossible for them to win. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place at that point, but maybe they can change things around this time. They have 4 eliminations. They still have the full squad. Meanwhile, Yikes Awe are smack dab in the middle of the zone. 0 elims, but they also have their full strength. They have decent loot. They should be good to go, as long as they hold their ground and not allow anyone to just come up to Power Grid here. And of course, as long as the zone favors them, which so far it seems to be. So far being the key phrase here.
I'm just looking, where's that zone going to be going on next? There it goes. It's gone to the north. Okay. Very, very similar positioning to what we saw in the last match, right? I know we've kind of talked about that a little bit. Boars actually going to be taking the position that Galatasaray and Vim had earlier in that last match. BigBaby now in a much better position than they were before. Dreamers and Highborn still on that same side, but again, a better position moving forward now. They're still on that edge, but they're going to be able to have overlook over a lot of the center of zone. Unfortunately for the teams on the south and the southwest side here, I think we're going to see a lot of edge play again. You know, a lot of clashes on the edge, on the peripheral of the zone. And a lot of those teams, particularly YKS, actually looking very good for another win, because I don't think anybody's really going to crash them. The teams on the edge are not going to allow anyone to crash. They'll just get taken out. And so YKS actually have a fantastic position where they're pretty isolated.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to have at the moment. Oh, hold on. Vincere Mortem. Okay, they're claiming a spot here on the western side. And for Miracle Goddess, I believe it is one of our predictions. I think it was the fans' predictions, if I'm not mistaken. Not sure about it, though, with 2 players remaining. But again, all eyes are going to be on Fast Esports this game. Is it possible for them to get a 3rd chicken dinner? And a genuine question, where in the world did this firepower come from? They must have done a ridiculous amount of prep coming into this grand final, because it is showing. It is genuinely showing. I want to say massive difference between their performance in the first day of the competition here in the grand finals and what I've seen in the semifinals.
No, you're right. There has been a big improvement. They're really stepping into their own here. Part of that could just be, you know, reserving some of their energy, some of their strategy for those finals. However, we did see them kind of struggle before coming into this, and now really being able to do as much as they wanted to do originally here. Boars on the north side, though, just waiting for this new zone to come on through. Less than a minute left, and so they're just going to have to hold here, scout it out, figure out where all the other teams are, and go from there. Play zone, though, is going to grab Victoria, actually. That's for Miracle. Gone. No points. No nothing. Just out in the middle of zone. Unable to get inside a zone. It looks like they just had a super late rotation and weren't able to move in time. All the meds were of no use, and down they go to the play zone. That is really unfortunate for them. 19 points is what they're going to have to be happy with coming into today for the rest of, like, all 6 games. But Mooney getting shot at a little bit there. Not going to be able to get knocked, though. She's going to dodge just in time.
You have to remember the 5 Ds of dodgeball. Do you remember the 5 Ds of dodgeball?
I've never played dodgeball, so no.
It's dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
Got it. Got it.
Okay. Do you want to run it by me again?
Dodge, dip, duck, dodge, and dip again. Duck, duck, goose. That's what I say it is.
Close enough. I'll give you points for trying. I'll give you points for trying. Now, you know what? If you could give points for trying, who would you give points to in this game?
I think it would have to be MT.
Fair.
You know,
like
she got a 1v2. I respect. What about you?
I respect as well. I'd honestly, well, I don't think I've chosen someone to get participation points for just yet. I mean, honestly, I would, like, if I could, I'm still stuck on that 1v4 from Mali, so I'd give it to TPES, and they really need them. I'll give them 2 caster points.
2 caster points. Can you imagine if we could give caster points? That'd be pretty wild.
That would be crazy.
M249 representation? Who was that? I love you.
I don't even know what 249 representation is, but nice.
M249, it's a sniper.
Oh.
Who had it?
Wait, M249 is not a sniper.
No, I meant an M24. I meant an M24.
It's
M24.
An M24, yes.
M24, yes, there's a sniper.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, that I was like, hold on. If the M249 was a sniper, good lord, no one's surviving. But you know what? Right now, Dammy's surviving, and so is Vincere Mortem. They have 1 knock. I'm just gonna smoke her real quick and then continue that revive process as fast. Is currently just eyeing up a couple of fights, and they realize that they are on the south side and they will need to move, maybe because their position is not the best. They are on the very edge of the zone along with Vincere. And the zone might be shifting again towards the likes of Power Grid, and Yikes Awe are benefiting from that. Maybe not by getting eliminations, but hold on, speaking of eliminations, Nirvana from HP, not even allowed to get the elimination. She gets finished off, and that means that Jalavaya will try to secure the elims on the likes of DMS. Hate me, running out in the open. 1 more shot will do it, but the blue zone might get her to tick away. Miss Jalavaya is also on the hunt for Cat Veins, but the point will go over to, I believe, well, the team that knocked him down in Highborn, if I'm not mistaken. But for now, once again, we focus on Vincere Mortem as they have rolled up towards the north side. Going to be playing on this ridge here, and it is going to be Boars that are facing them. And it's not a team to be trifled with.
Not in the slightest. Oh, well, when the buggy flies around like that, yeah, that's gonna go down. Misses the second buggy. There we go. Amaya up to the chopping block. Down she goes. There's not much she can do there. Pinky finally goes down, but my goodness me, it's just down to a 1v1 at this point. 1v2, rather.
Yeah, but it's a close
Jalavaya.
one. The nade!
Oh.
The nade! The nade! I mean, you get the elimination. Well, not really.
Well, you get the knock.
Yeah, you get the knock, but that's about it. I mean, this right here, every single time I see a close range fight and they're whipping out a nade, I'm like, well, you know what? If you get eliminated, fair. It's like, I can understand if you're doing it inside a building, but in that situation, you will get pulled up on.
Yeah.
That's just something that I never understand why it happens. So, and there are certain situations where it's okay, but out in the open, it is incredibly difficult for you to time the nade and hit them directly and get the knock. Just get your weapon out instead.
It's true. It is true. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm just seeing a sneaky Wildcats down to the south side, just trying to find a way inside of zone as well there. But yeah, that's going to be Boars up to 6 points now. Or up to 6 elims, right? For a total of 39 points. Just keeping that tie. BigBaby have long gone, so no real threat from them there. Oh, hang on. Elisa goes out to the play zone from Fast here. Gets taken completely. That's a knock and a finish very quickly coming through there. The zone is really starting to tank damage. Yikes, and Fast, hang on. What's happening with Fast? I know we're looking at ITZY versus Boars here, but Fast is down to a solo all of a sudden.
Well,
it's all down to the play zone.
They're supposed to be moving from the southern side. Maybe they just took a lot of damage from firefights, and then the zone decided, hey, you go down now.
Yeah, I'm guessing, because wow.
I think that might be the play. Because yeah, I'm looking at our lovely little stream, and yeah, the majority of them were just out in the zone. 3 of them were out in the zone. 1 was knocked. They were trying to get the revive, and then the other person was knocked, and then the third person, as they were moving, also got knocked. So Fast kind of just wasted a game there, unfortunately. Well, sorry, apologies. I can't say they wasted a game. They have 8 eliminations, but we'll get back to that later as Boars. Oh! Jelivia pulls up, runs him down, and that is going to be Boars on 10 elims right now, and they still have 3 players standing, and this is an opportunity to catch up to the likes of Fast and Galatasaray as well. Yikes Awe, don't forget, they have been here since minute 1 in this game, and they only have 1 elimination, but it does not matter, because at the end of the day, if you get more points and you get closer to that top 1, that's the only thing that should be on your mind. And right now, Yikes Awe and 05 are the only teams that are fully stacked. You have 3 for Boars, you got a duo for Wildcats, a solo for Fast, a trio in Beg, and a solo for Dreams Esports in Hate Me. But for Beg Esports though, this is an opportunity to increase their prize pool by climbing up the ranks. So a 3-point, well, I want to say 5-point difference between them and 12th place. So they can do quite a lot already just by surviving in this game. Let's see if they're capable of doing that. Yeah, but Fast, it's all down to Sultan to survive right now for the squad.
I mean, yeah, with 8 eliminations, if they can just, if she can just, you know, stay alive for 2 more placements, she'll be in top 5. She'll be quite happy with that, right? After a 68-point day, you're going to be pretty chill with the top 5. It's not going to matter that you didn't get the win. It's not going to matter that 3 of your players went out to the play zone. It doesn't matter. Well, never mind. She's going to go out in 7th place. Still, no big deal, really. Oh, that's a great nade from Beg. Does damage, but not going to get the knock necessarily just yet. But it is going to really stop them from being able to do anything else, right? As the zone moves forward, you're going to just block them out. There goes 1. So 1 from Wildcats is down, just down to a solo now. Hela, though, will go down because Margot gets her from across the way. Wildcats Fireshine goes down as well. That's going to be the Wildcats down to just, again, confirmed a solo. So Beg not going to be able to get that point, get stolen away. That's big. Big unfortunate for Beg here. They really need those points, and they're getting stolen away bit by bit. Down to a duo they go. Melzy's still alive somewhere. Margot inside of this building, sitting real pretty. 3 eliminations for Margot. The entire squad is still up and running. The entire squad is inside of Power Grid here. They are so big chilling right now.
That they are, but I mean, I can't help but wonder what Yikes, or how many points Yikes could have gathered if they spread out a little bit early on and tried to catch teams during the rotates or trying to pull up to Power Grid. Just seems like such a wasted opportunity, but hey, as long as you're still here, that's what matters. So Yikes should be happy regardless. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our final 4. It is Yikes Awe and 05 Monsters with a full stack, Boars with a trio, and DMS, Dreamers Esports, with a solo in Hate Me. Let's see as the Stage 8 circle begins to close in just under 40 seconds. Who's going to be claiming this chicken dinner? Will Yikes get it and be among the top 3 contenders for this competition? Is it going to be Boars who put themselves in that seed? Or will it be one of O5 and Dreamers who just fly up the ranks with a chicken dinner here? Well, I say fly. O5 have... 1 eliminate. Wait, no, they have 5, so not bad. Yikes have 1. Dreamers have 1 on Hate Me. Not sure how many the others have.
Matesha.
And Boars have 11. 6 on Jalavaya and 5 on Matesha. But it looks like Boars are exposed. And they are the ones that might be going out first just because of their positioning.
Yeah. It's a tough one for sure. Oh, Yikes Awe. Also, really good split, right? But they are outside of these zones of Power Grid itself. 05. As much as I don't like buildings, they are very much secure in that building. Oh, and Boars getting picked apart here. Yeah, that push was never going to end well. Always going to be a really difficult one. They are trying to do everything they can, but I think that's going to have to be it. Boars will go out in 4th place, but still 11 points. 4th place, that's going to be a really good result to end their day on. They can't be mad at that, I don't think. Yikes on 1 elimination. Like, they have stayed out of the fights so much this game. They have been playing for that placement, playing for that opportunity, right? They have not been looking for those fights like some of these teams here. So, Yikes. You know, not that many points, but if they can get the rest of this, if they can get that win, then those points are going to start racking on up. Hate Me, 4 eliminations for the team. Solo left alive. Molotov over the top with O'Daddy. Into the window she goes. Pixie, not gonna get hit by that, but definitely moves them away from the window, which is just really good, right? Because what you're just trying to do is try and cover those angles and tell them, that those angles are not allowed. Great trade onto neck kisses, but the damage might have already been done there. O'Daddy is down. That's gonna be a nade to finish her up. Yep, there we go. And that forefront position is no longer.
Yeah, and I see you, O5, having a total of 9 eliminations, and now it is down to a 3v3 as Neck Kisses is still knocked down. What can Yikes Awe do here? They have been here again from minute 1. Will they be denied a chicken dinner when they've been here for the entirety of the 30 minutes that this game has been played? Or will O5 Monsters crumble against the trio? I don't see them crumbling, if I'm being honest. It looks like O5 Monsters will be getting this one just because as well, they are in the middle of the final zone. It is on Yikes to constantly start moving. That's exactly what they're going to start doing as well. So many smokes, so much vision denied, and now Bim Bam trying to find the right place and the right time for this nade. It goes. A lot of damage onto Pixie. She's loading up another one. She only has 1 more nade. There is a molly. 1 tap might be readying something as well. I think that was a smoke or a molly. I'm not sure. Oh! Massive nade from Margot, though. But 1 tap instantly starting to heal up. Leora breaks through the smoke line. Gets the first knock. 1 tap as well goes down. It's a trade. It's 1 for 1. 05 still have a man advantage in their numbers. Now it's a 2v2. Somehow, okay, Bim Bam deciding, you know what, I'm just gonna solo this. And she goes in, leaving Leora in a 1v2. Not sure what the decision there was, but 05 will come out on top. Yikes, pull the trigger too early. And it is 05 with the winner chicken dinner. And they will be getting 13 eliminations as well. 31 minutes this game took, almost down to the final second of the zone closing in. But they get their chicken dinner, and they're happy with it because that boosts them massively in the leaderboard as well. And speaking of the leaderboard, we got to get to that, but we start with the match MVP, Nep.
Yeah, we do indeed. It is going to be XQ here coming on in with 5 eliminations. Yeah, I mean, this team, I think they for sure got double-digit eliminations plus the 10 points. That's going to skyrocket them up the leaderboard. That's got to have them feeling so good coming into tomorrow, right? Because it's the final 6 games tomorrow. It is day 2, the final day of the finals tomorrow. So for 05, this is exactly what they needed. A little bit of a fumble coming in there from Fast. Nope. Yikes. From Yikes coming on through. A little bit of a fumble there. It was unfortunate to see, you know,
yeah,
the
it was
coming,
it was
soloing it.
I don't
solo
understand.
YOLO.
I don't understand. I mean, if you had one person swinging right, one person swinging left, a little bit of a crossfire on the two, and as both players peek one side, the other player just shreds them. That's how I saw it. But jumping in 1v2 and giving your opponents the advantage, massive mistake.
Yep. Especially because your teammate's healing, so she can't even help you if she wanted to, you know?
Exactly.
So unfortunate, big unfortunate coming through, but you know what? We still have tomorrow. They still got a second place. They still got a fair few points on the board, so that's going to be fine for them. Galatasaray ending tonight with a 2-point game. BigBaby with a 0-point game. Those are the two big things that I'm seeing there, so that's interesting. Going to close that gap up a little bit. Yeah, Fast coming in, 1 point difference, and Yikes moving into third. 05 skyrocketing into fourth. My goodness me, it's all close now. 48, 57, 58, 69, 70. My goodness me, the top 5 looking very, very exciting for tomorrow.
It is going to be an incredible final indeed with how close it is. And I love how it's not really top heavy. It's really not top heavy. There isn't a team that's like close to 100 points in one day or anything like that. Nah. We just have a few teams that are very close to each other now. And then we look at the second page and just into the zone all the way to TPES.
Yeah.
We can already kind of every single one of these teams is competing for better placements. I don't see it happening. They haven't shown us anything in this final that can tell me, hey, they're capable of pulling off multiple chicken dinners and coming up with incredible plays during high pressure moments. I just don't see that happening. And it's going to be honestly, a wild final tomorrow.
It is. I honestly think that 11th and up, I would still give them the benefit of the doubt because I think we've seen Highborn still be able to survive very often into the late zone. Dreamers as well been very active. It's not just that,
it's the difference in the amount of points between them.
But the difference is, yeah. I mean, not for the win, but maybe for a top 5, I think is still very
top 5,
doable.
sure. Yeah,
11th onwards. I think 12th down, even though there's only a 2-point, 2-point Highborn and Majorka. I think Majorka just haven't been as active. But I need your prediction for the daily MVP.
Hilal,
what you thinking?
Hilal, don't even at me. It's Hilal. There's no way it's anyone else. It's Hilal.
Obviously Hilal.
It's Hilal or Toffee. It's Hilal. It's Hilal. Dude, she was MVP 3 times today. She was MVP 3 times today. Look at that.
Yeah.
3.6k damage. But the team has 70 points. 20 are hers. That's without the chicken dinner. Just 20 points. All from her. She has been on fire in today's games.
That's actually crazy. No, wait. That's actually crazy.
She's cracked.
Yeah.
She's too good.
She is.
The thing is, you can say that about every single member because you have Toffee with the 1v4 incredible flank. You have Hilal that's just constantly on fire with all of this. Like the amount of eliminations, the amount of damage that she's putting in. Those are some very big numbers. And you can definitely see those kinds of numbers again tomorrow. It is, let's say, you better be here. Have you seen the games that we've had today? You better be here. It's an incredible final.
It's going to be so, so good. I'm so excited. And though that is it, we're going to have to contain our excitement for a little while longer. We are going to get into day 2 tomorrow. Same place, same time, same place, you know, as per usual. But for now, we will be saying goodnight. It's nearly midnight. It's time for bed. So thank you, Sandstorm, for joining me here tonight. Thank you, production, for putting on such a great show. Thank you for all the players and teams and everything putting on such a great show for us. And of course, you guys at home watching for supporting us all the way through. We will see you tomorrow, and until then, have a great night.